Faith of the Fallen by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 88.
Was it quite a journey, Sister Alessandra? Nicci asked, after she had curtsied. All the way from Tanamora, I mean?
3 days is all, Sister Alessandra said. A smile grew on her face as she took in Nicci's bony frame. My, so little yet, for such grown-up work. She held out a hand toward a chair. Won't you sit with us, dear?
Are you a sister with the fellowship?
Nicci asked, not really understanding who the woman was.
The what?
Nicci, Mother said, Sister Alessandra is a sister of the light. Astonished, Nicci dropped into a chair. Sisters of the light had the gift, just like her and Mother. Nicci didn't know very much about the sisters, except that they served the Creator. That still didn't settle her stomach. To have such a woman right there in her house was intimidating. Like when she stood before Brother Nariv. She felt an inexplicable sense of doom. Nicci was also impatient because she had duties waiting. There were donations to collect. She had older sponsors who accompanied her to some of the places. For other places, they said a young girl could get better results by herself, by shaming people who had more than they deserved. Those people, who had businesses, all knew who she was. They would always stammer and ask her how her father was. As she had been instructed, Nicci told them how pleased her father would be to know they were thoughtful to the needy. In the end, most became civic-minded. Then there were remedies Nicci needed to take to women with sick children. There wasn't enough clothing for the children either. Nicci was trying to get some people to give cloth and other people to sew clothes. Some people had no homes. Others were crowded together in little rooms. She was trying to get some rich people to donate a building. Also, Nicci had been assigned the task of locating jugs for women to bring water from the well. She needed to pay a visit to the potter. Some of the older children had been caught stealing, others had been fighting, and a few of them were beating younger children bloody. Nicci had been pleading on their behalf, trying to explain that they had no fair chance and were only reacting to their cruel circumstance. She hoped to convince Father to take on at least a few so they might have work. The problems just kept mounting without any end in sight. It seemed like the more people the fellowship helped, the more people there were who needed help. Nicci had thought she was going to solve the problems of the world. She was beginning to feel hopelessly inadequate. It was her own failing, she knew. She needed to work harder. Do you read and write, dear? The sister asked.
Not very much, sister. Mostly just names. I've much too much to do for those less fortunate than myself. Their needs must come before any selfish desires of my own.
Mother smiled and nodded to herself. Practically a good spirit in the flesh. The sister's eyes teared. I've heard about your work.
You have?
Nicci felt a flash of pride, but then she thought of how things never seemed to get better, despite all her efforts, and her sense of failure returned. Besides, Mother said pride was evil.
I don't see what's so special about what I do. The people in the streets are the ones who are special because of their suffering in horrid conditions. They are the true inspiration.
Mother smiled contentedly. Sister Alessandra leaned forward, her tone serious. Have you learned to use your gift, child?
Mother teaches me to do some small things, like how to heal little troubles. But I know it would be unfair to flaunt it over those less blessed than I, so I try my best not to use it.
The sister folded her hands in her lap. I've been talking to your mother while we waited for you. She's done a fine job of getting you started on the right path. We feel, however, that you would have so much more to offer were you to serve a higher calling. Nicci sighed.
Well, all right. Maybe I can get up a little earlier. But I already have my duties to the needy, and I will have to fit this other in as I can. I hope you understand, sister. I'm not trying to get undeserved sympathy, honestly I'm not, but I hope you don't need this calling done too soon, as I'm already quite busy.
Sister Alessandra smiled in a long-suffering sort of way. You don't understand, Nicci. We would like you to continue your work with us at the Palace of the Prophets. You would be a novice at first, of course, but one day you will be a sister of the light, and as such, you will carry on with what you have started. Panic welled up in Nicci like rising floodwaters. There were so many people who hung to life only by a thread she tended. She had friends at the fellowship whom she had come to love. She had so much to do. She didn't want to leave Mother and even Father. He was evil, she knew, but he wasn't evil to her. He was selfish and greedy, she knew, but he still tucked her into bed sometimes and patted her shoulder. She was sure she would see something in his blue eyes again if she just gave it time. She didn't want to leave him. For some reason, she desperately needed to again see that spark in his eyes. She was being selfish, she knew.
I have needy people here, Sister Alessandra.
Nicci blinked at her tears.
My responsibility is to them. I'm sorry, but I can't abandon them.
At that moment, Father came in the door. He stopped in an awkward posture, his legs frozen in mid-stride, with his hand on the lever, staring at the sister. What's this, then? Mother stood.
Howard, this is Alessandra. She's a sister of the light. She's come to...
No, I'll not have it, do you hear? She's our daughter, and the sisters can't have her. Sister Alessandra stood, giving Mother a sidelong glance. Please ask your husband to leave. This is not his business.
Not my business? She's my daughter. You'll not take her.
He lunged forward to seize Nicci's outstretched hand. The sister lifted a finger, and to Nicci's astonishment, he was thrown back in a sparkling flash of light. Father's back slammed against the wall. He slid down, clutching his chest as he gasped for breath. Tears bursting forth, Nicci ran for him, but Sister Alessandra snatched her by the arm and held her back.
Howard,
Mother said through gritted teeth,
the child is my business to raise. I carry the Creator's gift. You gave your word when our union was arranged that if we had a girl and she had the gift, I would have the exclusive authority to raise her as I saw fit. I believe this to be the right thing to do, but the Creator wants. With the sisters, she will have time to learn to read. She will have time to learn to use her gift to help people as only the sisters can. You will keep your word. I will see to this. I'm sure you have work to which you must immediately return. With the flat of his hand, he rubbed his chest. Finally, his arms dropped to his sides. Head down, he shuffled to the door. Before he pulled close the door, his gaze met Nicci's. Through the tears, she saw the spark in his eyes, as if he had things to tell her. But then it was gone, and he pulled the door shut behind himself. Sister Alessandra said it would be best if they left at once, and if Nicci didn't see him just now. She promised that if Nicci followed instructions, and after she was settled, and after she had learned to read, and after she had learned to use her gift, she would see him again. Nicci learned to read and use her gift and mastered everything else she was supposed to master. She fulfilled all the requirements. She did everything expected of her. Her life as a novice to become a sister of the light was numbingly selfless. Sister Alessandra forgot her promise. She was not pleased to be reminded of it, and found more work that Nicci needed to do. Several years after she had been taken to the palace, Nicci again saw Brother Narev. She came across him quite by accident. He was working as a stable hand at the Palace of the Prophets. He smiled his slow smile while his eyes fixed on her. He told her that he had gotten the idea to go to the palace by her example. He said he wished to live long enough to see order come to the world. She thought it an odd occupation for him. He said that he found working for the sisters morally superior to contributing his labor to the evil of profit. He said it mattered not if she chose to tell anyone at the palace anything about him or his work for the fellowship, but he asked her not to tell the sisters that he was gifted, since they would not allow him to continue to stay and work in the stables if they knew, and he would refuse to serve them should they discover his gift, because, he said, he wanted to serve the Creator in his own quiet way. Nicci honored his secret. Not so much out of any sense of loyalty, but mostly because she was kept far too busy with her studies and work to concern herself with Brother Narev and his fellowship. She rarely had occasion to see him mucking out horse stalls, and as his importance in her childhood had faded into her past, she never really even gave him a second thought. The palace had work they wished her to put her attention to, much the same sort of work Brother Narev would have approved of. Only many years later did she come to discover his real reasons for having been at the Palace of the Prophets. Sister Alessandra saw to it that Nicci was kept busy. She was allowed no time for such selfish indulgences as going home for a visit. 27 years after she had been taken away to become a sister of the light, still a novice, Nicci again saw her father. It was at his funeral. Mother had sent word for Nicci to return home to see Father because he was in failing health. Nicci immediately rushed home, accompanied by Sister Alessandra. By the time Nicci arrived, Father was already dead.
Mother said that for several weeks he had been begging her to send for his daughter. She sighed and said she put it off, thinking he would get better. Besides, she said, she hadn't wanted to disturb Nicci's important work, not for such a trivial matter. She said it had been the only thing he asked for, to see Nicci. Mother thought that was silly, since he was a man who didn't care about people. Why should he need to see anyone? He died alone, while Mother was out helping the victims of an uncaring world. By that time, Nicci was 40. Mother, though, still thinking of Nicci as a young woman because under the spell at the palace she had aged only enough to look to be maybe 15 or 16, told her to wear a pretty, brightly colored dress, because it wasn't really a sad occasion after all. Nicci stood looking at the body for a long time. Her chance to see his blue eyes again was forever lost. For the first time in years, the pain made her feel something down deep inside. It felt good to feel something again, even if it was pain. As Nicci stood looking at her father's sunken face, Sister Alessandra told Nicci that she was sorry she had to take her away, but that in her whole life she had not encountered a woman with the gift as powerful as it was in Nicci, and that such a thing as the Creator had given her was not to be wasted. Nicci said she understood. Since she had ability, it was only right that she use it to help those in need. At the Palace of the Prophets, Nicci was said to be the most selfless, caring novice they had under their roof. Everyone pointed to her and told the younger novices to look to Nicci's example. Even the prelate had commended her. The praise was but a buzz in her ear. It was an injustice to be better than others. Try as she might, Nicci could not escape her father's legacy of excellence. His taint coursed through her veins, oozed from every pore, and infected everything she did. The more selfless she was, the more it only confirmed her superiority and thus her wickedness. She knew that could mean only one thing. She was evil. "Try not to remember him like this," Sister Alessandra said after a long silence as they stood before the body. "Try to remember what he was like when he was alive." "I can't," Nicci said. "I never knew him when he was alive." Mother and her friends at the fellowship ran the business. She wrote Nicci joyful letters, telling her how she had put many of the needy to work at the armorers. She said the business could afford it, with all the wealth it had accumulated. Mother was proud that that wealth could now be put to a moral use. She said Father's death had been a cloaked blessing, because it meant help at last for those who had always deserved it most. It was all part of the Creator's plan, she said. Mother had to raise her prices in order to pay the wages of all the people she'd given work. A lot of the older workers left. Mother said she was glad they were gone because they had uncooperative attitudes. Orders fell behind. Suppliers began demanding to be paid before delivering goods. Mother discontinued having the armor proofed because the new workers complained that it was an unfair standard to be held to. They said they were trying their best, and that was what counted. Mother sympathized. The battering mill had to be sold. Some of the customers stopped ordering armor and weapons. Mother said they would be better off without such intolerant people. She sought new laws from the Duke to require work to be spread out equally, but the laws were slow in coming. The few remaining customers hadn't paid their account for quite a while, but promised to catch up. In the meantime, their goods were shipped, if late. Within 6 months of Father dying, the business failed. The vast fortune he had built over a lifetime was gone. Some of the skilled workers once hired by Father moved on, hoping to find work at armories in distant places. Most men who stayed could find only menial work. They were lucky to have that. Many of the new workers demanded Mother do something. She and the fellowship petitioned other businesses to take them on. Some business tried to help, but most were in no position to hire workers. The armory had been the largest employer in the area and drew many other people employed in other occupations. Other businesses, like traders, smaller suppliers, and cargo carriers who had depended on the armory, failed for lack of work. Businesses in the city, everything from bakers to butchers, lost customers and were reluctantly forced to let men go. Mother asked the Duke to speak with the king. The Duke said the king was considering the problem. Like her father's armory, other buildings were abandoned as people left to find work in thriving cities elsewhere. Squatters, at the fellowship's urging, took over many of the abandoned buildings.
The empty places became the sites of robberies and even murders. Many a woman who went near those places regretted it. Mother couldn't sell the weapons from her closed armory, so she gave them to the needy so they might protect themselves. Despite her efforts, crime only increased. In honor of all her good work and her father's service to the government, the king granted Mother a pension that allowed her to stay in the house with a reduced staff. She continued her work with the fellowship, trying to right all the injustice that she believed was responsible for the failure of the business. She hoped one day to reopen the shop and employ people. For her righteous work, the king awarded her a silver medal. Mother wrote that the king proclaimed she was as close to a good spirit in the flesh as he had ever seen. Nicci regularly received word of awards Mother was given for her selfless work. 18 years later, when Mother died, Nicci still looked like a young woman of perhaps 17. She wanted a fine black dress to wear to the funeral, the finest available. The palace said that it was unseemly for a novice to make such a selfish request, and it was out of the question. They said they would supply only simple, humble clothes. When Nicci arrived home, she went to the tailor to the king and told him that for her mother's funeral she needed the finest black dress he had ever made. He told her the price. She informed him she had no money, but said she needed the dress anyway. The tailor, a man with 3 chins, waxy down growing from his ears, abnormally long yellowish fingernails, and an unfailing lecherous smirk, said there were things he needed too. He leaned close, lightly holding her smooth arm in his knobby fingers, and intimated that if she would take care of his needs, he would take care of hers. Nicci wore the finest black dress ever made to her mother's funeral. Mother had been a woman who had devoted her entire life to the needs of others. Nicci could never again look forward to seeing her mother's cockroach-brown eyes. Unlike at her father's funeral, Nicci felt no pain reach down to touch that abysmal place inside her. Nicci knew she was a terrible person. For the first time, she realized that for some reason, she simply no longer cared. From that day on, Nicci never wore any dress but black. 123 years later, standing at the railing overlooking the great hall, Nicci saw eyes that stunned her with their sense of an inner value held dear. But what had been an uncertain ember in her father's eyes was ablaze in Richard's. She still didn't know what it was. She knew only that it was the difference between life and death, and that she had to destroy him. Now at long last, she knew how. If only when she had been little someone had shown her father such mercy. Chapter 12. Trudging down the road between the edge of the city of Fairfield and the estate where the 3 sisters had told her Emperor Jagang had set up his residence, Nicci scanned the surrounding jumble of the Imperial Order's encampment, looking for a specific station of tents. She knew they would be somewhere in the area. Jagang liked to have them close at hand. Regular sleeping tents, wagons, and men lay like a dark soot over the fields and hills as far as she could see. Sky and land alike seemed tinted by a dusky taint. Sprinkled through the dark fields, campfires twinkled like a sky full of stars. The day was becoming oppressively dim, not only with the approach of evening, but also from the dull overcast of churning gray clouds. The wind kicked up in little fits, setting tents and clothes flapping, fluttering the campfire's flames, and whipping smoke this way and that. The gusts helped coat the tongue with a fetid stench of human and animal waste, smothering any pleasant but weak cooking aroma that struggled to take to the air. The longer the army stayed in place, the worse it would get. Up ahead, the elegant buildings of the estate rose above the dark grime at its feet. Jagang was there. Because he had access to Sisters Georgia, Rochelle, and Aubrey's minds, he would know Nicci was back. He would be waiting for her. The Emperor would have to wait. She had something else to do first. Without Jagang able to enter her mind, she was free to pursue it. Nicci saw what she was looking for. Off in the distance. She could just make them out, standing above the smaller tents. She left the road and headed through the crowded snarl of troops. Even from the distance, she could distinguish the distinctive sounds coming from the group of special tents.
hear it over the laughing and singing, the crackle of fires, the sizzle of meat in skillets, the scraping rasp of whetstones on metal, the ring of hammers on steel, and the rhythm of saws. Boisterous men grabbed at her arms and legs or tried to snatch her dress as she marched along, picking her way through the disorder. The rowdy soldiers were but a minor consideration. She simply pulled away, ignoring their mocking calls of love as she made her way through the throng. When a husky soldier seized her wrist in his powerful grip, yanking her around to a jerking halt, she paused only long enough to loose her power and burst his beating heart within his chest. Other men laughed when they saw him collapse to the ground with a thud, not yet realizing he was dead, but none tried to claim his intended prize. She heard the words, "Death's mistress," pass in whispers among the men. She finally made her way through the gauntlet. Soldiers played dice, ate beans, or snored in their bedrolls beside the tents, where captives screamed under the agony of torture. 2 men lugged a corpse, dragging some of its innards out of a big tent. They threw the flaccid form in a wagon with a tangle of others. Nicci snapped her fingers at an unshaven soldier coming from the direction of another tent. "Let me see the list, Captain." She knew he was the officer in charge by the blue canvas cover of the register book he carried. He scowled at her a moment, but when he glanced down at her black dress, a look of recognition came over his face. He passed her the grubby, rumpled book. It had a deep crease across the middle, as if someone had accidentally sat on it. The pages that had fallen out had been pushed back in, but they never fit right, and their edges stuck out here and there to become frayed and filthy.
Not much to report, mistress, but please let His Excellency know that we've tried just about every skill known, and she isn't talking.
Nicci opened the book and began scanning the list of recent names and what was known about them. "Her? Who are you talking about, Captain?" she mumbled as she read.
Why, the Mord Sith, of course.
Nicci turned her eyes up toward the man. "The Mord Sith, of course. Where is she?" He pointed at a tent a ways off through the disarray.
I know His Excellency said he didn't expect a witch of her dark talents to give us any information about Lord Rahl, but I was hoping to surprise him with good news.
He hooked his thumbs behind his belt as he let out a sigh of frustration.
No such luck.
Nicci eyed the tent for a moment. She heard no screams. She had never before seen one of those women, the Mord Sith, but she knew a little about them. She knew that using magic against one was a deadly mistake. She went back to reading the entries in the register. There was nothing of much interest to her. Most of the people were from around here. They were merely a sampling collected to check what they might know. They would not have the information she wanted. Nicci tapped a line near the end of the writing in the book. It said, "Messenger." "Where is this one?" The captain tilted his head, indicating a tent behind him.
I put one of my best questioners with him. Last I checked, there was nothing from him yet. But that was early this morning.
It had been all day since he had checked. All day could be an eternity under torture. Like all the rest of the tents used for questioning prisoners, the one with the messenger stood above the surrounding field tents, which were only large enough for soldiers to lie in. Nicci pushed the book at the officer's thick gut. "Thank you, that will be all."
You'll be giving His Excellency a report, then?
Nicci nodded absently at his question. Her mind was already elsewhere.
You'll tell him that there is little to be learned from this lot?
No one was eager to stand before Jagang and admit they were unable to accomplish a task, even if there was nothing to accomplish. Jagang did not appreciate excuses. Nicci nodded as she strode away, heading for the tent holding the messenger. "I'll be seeing him shortly. I'll give him the report for you, Captain." As soon as she threw back the flap and entered, she saw that she was too late. The messy remains of the messenger lay on a narrow wooden table, affixed with glistening tools of the trade. The messenger's arms hung down off the sides, dripping warm blood. Nicci saw that the questioner had a folded piece of paper. "What have you there?" He held up the paper and flashed her a grin.
"Something His Excellency will be very pleased to hear about. I've got a map."
"A map of what?"
"Where this fellow's been. I drew it all out from what he volunteered."
He laughed at his own humor. She didn't. "Really?" Nicci said. The man's grin was what had her attention. A man like this only grinned when he had something he'd been seeking, something to bring him favor in the eyes of his superiors. And where has the man been?
To see his leader.
He waved the paper like a treasure map. Tired of the game, Nicci snatched the booty from his hand. She unfolded the wrinkled yellow paper and saw that it was indeed a map with rivers, the coastline, and mountains all meticulously drawn out. Even mountain passes were noted. Nicci could tell that the map was authentic. When she had lived at the Palace of the Prophets, the New World was a far-off and mysterious place, rarely visited by anyone but a few sisters. Any sister who ventured there always kept exacting records that were added to maps at the palace. Along with many other esoteric items, all novices memorized those maps in the course of their studies. Even though at the time she had never expected to travel to the New World, she was thoroughly familiar with the lay of the land there. Nicci scrutinized the paper in her hands, carefully surveying the geography, overlaying everything on it that was new onto the memorized map in her mind. The soldier pointed a thick finger at a single bloody fingerprint on the map.
That there is where Lord Rahl himself is hiding, on that dot, in those mountains.
Nicci's breath paused. She stared at the paper, burning the line of every stream and river, every mountain, every road, trail, and mountain pass, every village, town, and city into her memory. What did this man confess before he died? She looked up. His Excellency is waiting for my report. I was just on my way to see him. She snapped her fingers impatiently. Let's have it all. The man scratched his beard. His fingernails were crusted with dried blood.
You'll tell him, won't you? You'll tell His Excellency that Sergeant Wetzel was the one who got the information out of the messenger?
Of course, Nicci assured him. You will receive full credit. I have no need of such recognition. She tapped the gold ring through her lower lip. The Emperor is always, every moment of every day, in my mind. He no doubt this very moment sees through my eyes that you, not I, are the one who succeeded in getting the information. Now, what did this man confess? Sergeant Wetzel scratched his beard again, apparently trying to decide if he could trust her to credit him, or if he should be sure and take the information to Jagang. There was little trust among those in the Imperial Order, and good reason to distrust everyone. As he scratched his beard, flakes of dried blood stuck in its curly hair. Nicci stared into his red-rimmed eyes. He smelled of liquor. If you don't report everything to me, Sergeant Wetzel, and I mean right now, I will have you up on that table next, and I will have your report between your screams. And when I'm done with you, they will throw you in the wagon with the rest of the corpses. He dipped his head twice in surrender.
Of course, I only wanted to be sure His Excellency knew of my success.
When Nicci nodded, he went on.
He was just a messenger. We had a small unit of 6 men doing deep scouting patrol. They went on a circle far to the north around any enemy forces. They had one of the gifted women with them to help them remain at a good distance so they wouldn't be detected. They were somewhere northwest of the enemy force when by chance they came across this man. They brought him back for me to question. I discovered he was one of a number of regular messengers sent back and forth to report to Lord Rahl.
Nicci waggled a finger at the paper. But this down here looks like the enemy force. Are you saying Lord Rahl isn't with his men, with his army?
That's right. The messenger didn't know why. His only duty was to carry troop positions and regular news of their condition to his master.
He tapped the map in her hand.
But right here is where Lord Rahl is hiding, along with his wife.
Nicci looked up, her mouth falling open. Wife? Sergeant Wetzel nodded.
The man said Lord Rahl married some woman known as the Mother Confessor. She's hurt, and they're hiding way up there in those mountains.
Nicci remembered Richard's feelings for her, and her name, Kahlan. Richard being married put everything in a new light. It had the potential to disrupt Nicci's plans. Or anything else, Sergeant?
The man said Lord Rahl and his wife have one of them women, them Mord Sith, guarding them.
Why are they up there? Why aren't Lord Rahl and the Mother Confessor with their army, or back in Aidendril, or in Dahara for that matter? He shook his head.
This messenger was just a low-ranking soldier who knew how to ride fast and read the lay of the land. That's all he knew. They're up there, and they're all alone.
Nicci was puzzled by such a development. Anything else? Anything at all? He shook his head. She laid her hand on the man's back between his shoulder blades. Thank you, Sergeant Wetzel. You have been more help than you will ever know. As he grinned, Nicci released a flow of power that shot up through his spine and instantly incinerated his brain inside his skull. He dropped with a crash to the hard ground, the air fleeing his lungs in a grunt. Nicci held up the map she had committed to memory, and with her gift set it aflame. The paper crackled and blackened as the fire advanced across the rivers and cities and mountains all carefully drawn out on it, until the hot glow surrounded the bloody fingerprint over a dot in the mountains. She let the paper rise from her fingers as it was consumed in a final puff of smoke. Ash, like black snow, drifted down onto the body at her feet. Outside the tent where the moored Sith was held, Nicci cast a wary gaze across the surrounding camp to see if anyone was watching. No one was paying any attention to the business of the torture tents. She slipped in through the opening. Nicci winced at the sight of the woman laid out on the wooden table. She finally made herself draw a breath. A soldier, his hands red from his work, scowled at Nicci. She didn't wait for him to object, but simply commanded, "Report." "Not a word from her," he growled. Nicci nodded and placed her hand on the soldier's broad back. Wary of her hand, he began to step away from it, but he was too late. The man fell dead before he knew he was in trouble. Had she the time, she would have made him suffer first. Nicci made herself step up to the table and looked down into the blue eyes. The woman's head trembled slightly.
"Use your power to hurt me, witch."
A small smile touched Nicci's lips. "To the bitter end you would fight, wouldn't you?"
"Use your magic, witch."
"I think not. You see, I know a bit about you women." Defiance blazed up from the blue eyes.
"You know nothing."
"Oh, but I do. Richard told me. You would know him as your Lord Rahl, but he was for a time my student. I know that women like you have the ability to capture the power of the gifted if that power is used against you. Then you can turn it against us. So you see, I know better than to use my power on you." The woman looked away.
"Then torture me if that is what you came to do. You will learn nothing."
"I'm not here to torture you," Nicci assured her.
"Then what do you want?"
"Let me introduce myself," Nicci said. "I am Death's mistress." The woman's blue eyes turned back, betraying for the first time a glint of hope.
"Good. Kill me."
"I need you to tell me some things."
"I'll not tell you anything."
It was a struggle for her to speak.
"Not anything. Kill me."
Nicci picked up a bloody blade from the table and held it before the blue eyes. "I think you will." The woman smiled.
"Go ahead. It will only hasten my death. I know how much a person can take. I am not far from the spirit world. But no matter what you do, I'll not talk before I die."
"You misunderstand. I do not wish you to betray your Lord Rahl. Didn't you hear your questioner hit the ground? If you turn your head a little more, perhaps you can see that the man who did this to you is now dead. I don't wish you to tell me any secrets." The woman glanced as best she could toward the body on the ground. Her brow twitched.
"What do you mean?"
Nicci noticed that she didn't ask to be freed. She knew she was well past the point of hope to live. The only thing she could hope for now was for Nicci to end her agony. "Richard was my student. He told me that he was once a captive of the moored Sith. Now that's not a secret, is it?"
"No."
"That's what I want to know about. What is your name?" The woman turned her face away. Nicci put a finger to the woman's chin and turned her head back. "I have an offer to make you. I won't ask you anything secret that you aren't supposed to tell. I'll not ask you to betray your Lord Rahl. I wouldn't want you to. Those are not the things that are of interest to me. If you cooperate," Nicci held up the blade again for the woman to see, "I will end it quickly for you. I promise. No more torture, no more pain. Just the final embrace of death. The woman's lips began trembling. "Please," she whispered, the hope returning to her eyes. "Please, kill me." "What is your name?" Nicci asked. Nicci, for the most part, was numb to sights of torture, but this she found disturbing. She avoided looking away from the woman's face down at the naked body, so as not to have to consider what had been done to her. Nicci could not imagine how this woman could keep from screaming, or even how she was able to speak. "Hanya." The woman's hands and ankles were shackled to the table, so she was unable to move much other than her head. She stared up into Nicci's eyes. "Will you kill me? Please." "I will, Hanya, I promise, quickly and efficiently, if you tell me what I want to know." "I can't tell you anything." In despair, Hanya seemed to sag against the table, knowing her ordeal was to go on. "I won't." "I only want to know about when Richard was a captive. Did you know he was once a captive of the Mord Sith?" "Of course." "I want to know about it."
"Why?"
"Because I want to understand him." Hanya's head rocked side to side. She actually smiled.
"None of us understands Lord Rahl. He was tortured, but he never took revenge. We don't understand him."
"I don't either, but I hope to. My name is Nicci. I want you to know that. I'm Nicci, and I'm going to deliver you from this, Hanya. Tell me about it, please. I need to know. Do you know the woman who captured him? Her name?" The woman considered for a moment before she spoke, as if testing in her own mind whether or not the information was in any way secret or could in any way harm him.
"Denna,"
Hanya whispered at last. "Denna. Richard killed her in order to escape. He already told me that much. Did you know Denna before she died?"
"Yes."
"I'm not asking anything of secret military importance, am I?" Hanya hesitated. She finally shook her head. "So, you knew Denna. And did you know Richard at the time, when he was there and she had him? Did you know he was her captive?"
"We all knew."
"Why is that?"
The Lord Rahl at the time..."
"Richard's father."
"Yes, he wanted Denna to be the one to train Richard, to prepare him to answer without hesitation whatever questions Dark and Rahl asked him. She was the best at what we do."
"Good. Now, tell me everything about it. Everything you know." Hanya drew a shaky breath. It took a moment before she spoke again.
"I won't betray him. I am experienced at what is being done to me. You cannot trick me. I will not betray Lord Rahl just to spare myself this. I have not endured this much to betray him now."
"I promise not to ask anything about the present, about the war. Anything that would betray him to Jagang."
"If I tell you only about when Denna had him, and not about now, about the war, or where he is, or anything else, do you give me your word that you will end it for me, that you will kill me?"
"I give you my word, Hanya. I wouldn't ask you to betray your Lord Rahl. I know him and have too much respect for him to ask that of you. All I wish is to understand him for personal reasons. I was his teacher last winter, instructing him in the use of his gift. I want to understand him better. I need to understand him. I believe I can help him if I do."
"And then you will help me?"
There was a shimmer of hope along with the tears.
"You will kill me then?"
This woman could aspire to nothing more now. It was all that was left to her in this life. A quick death to finally end the pain. "Just as soon as you're finished telling me all about it, I will end your suffering, Hanya."
"Do you swear it by your hope to an eternity in the underworld, in the warmth of the Creator's light?"
Nicci felt a sharp shiver of pain wail up from her very soul. She had started out near to 170 years before, wanting nothing but to help, and yet she could not escape the fate of her evil nature. She was death's mistress. She was a fallen woman. She ran the side of a finger down Hanya's soft cheek. The two women shared a long and intimate look. "I promise," Nicci whispered, "quick and efficient. It will be the end of your pain." Tears overflowing her eyes, Hanya gave a little nod. Chapter 13. The estate was a grand place, she supposed. Nicci had seen grandeur such as this before. She had also seen much greater majesty, to be sure. She had lived among such splendor for nearly 1 3/4 centuries, among the imposing columns and arches of immaculate rooms, the intricately carved stone vines and buttery smooth wood paneling, the feather beds and silk coverlets, the exquisite carpets and rich draperies, the silver and gold ornamentation, and the bright sparkle of windows made of colored glass, composed into epic scenes. The sisters there offered Nicci bright-eyed smiles and clever conversation. The extravagance meant no more to her than the rubble of the streets, the cold, wet blankets laid on rough ground, the beds made in the slime among greasy runnels, in the muck of narrow alleys with nothing but the bitter sky overhead. The huddled people there never offered a smile, but gaped up at her with hollow eyes, like so many pigeons cooing for alms. Some of her life was spent among splendor, some among garbage. Some people were fated to spend their lives in one place, some in the other, she in both. Nicci reached for the silver handle on one of the ornate double doors, flanked by 2 husky soldiers who had probably been raised in a sty with the hogs, and saw that her hand was covered in blood. She turned and casually wiped the hand on the filthy blood-stained fleece vest worn by one of the men. The biceps of his folded arms were nearly as thick as her waist. Although he scowled as she cleaned her hand on him, he made no move to stop her. After all, it wasn't as if she were defiling him. Hanya had kept her part of the bargain. Nicci rarely resorted to using a weapon. She usually used her gift. But of course, in this case, that would have been a mistake. When she had held the knife over her throat, Hanya had whispered her thanks for what Nicci was about to do. It was the first time anyone had ever thanked Nicci before she had killed them. Few people ever thanked Nicci for the help she provided. She was able, they were not. It was her duty to serve their needs. When she had finished cleaning her hand on the mute guard, she flashed an empty smile at his dark, glaring visage, and then went on through the doors into a stately reception hall. A row of tall windows lining one wall of the room was trimmed with wheat-colored drapes. Near their tasseled edges, the curtains sparkled in the lamplight, as if they might be embellished with gold thread. Late summer rain spattered against tightly shut glass panes that revealed only darkness outside, but reflected the activity inside. The pale wool carpets, graced with flowers painstakingly sculpted in relief by means of different-length yarn, were tracked with mud. Scouts came and went, along with messengers and soldiers giving their reports to some of the officers. Other officers barked orders. Soldiers carrying rolled maps followed a few of the higher-ranking men as they meandered around the stuffy room. One of the maps lay unrolled across a narrow table. The table's silver candelabrum had been set aside on the floor beside the table. As Nicci passed the table, she glanced down and saw that it was missing many of the elements so carefully marked on the map drawn by the Daharan messenger. On the map laid out over the narrow table, there was nothing but dark splotches from spilled ale in the area of the northwest. In the map etched in Nicci's mind, there were the mountains, rivers, high passes, and streams there, and a dot, marking the place where Richard was, along with his mother-confessor bride and the moored Sith. Officers talked among themselves, some standing about, some half-sitting on iron-legged, marble-topped tables, some lounging in padded leather chairs as they took delicacies from silver trays borne on the trembling hands of sweating servants. Others swilled ale from tall pewter mugs, and yet others drank wine from dainty glasses, all acting as if they were intimate with such splendor, and all of them looking as out of place as toads at tea. An older woman, Sister Lidmilla, apparently trying to be unobtrusive by cowering in the shadows beside the drapes, snapped upright when she saw Nicci marching across the room. Sister Lidmilla stepped out of the shadows, briefly pausing to smooth her dingy skirts, an act that could not possibly produce any noticeable improvement. Sister Lidmilla once had told Nicci that things learned in youth never left you, and were often much easier to recall than yesterday's dinner. Rumor had it that the old sister, skilled in arcane spells known to only the most powerful sorceresses, had many interesting things from her youth to recall. Sister Lidmilla's leathery skin was stretched so tight over the bones of her skull that she reminded Nicci of nothing so much as an exhumed corpse. As cadaverous-looking as the aged sister was, she advanced across the room in quick, sharp movements. When she was only 10 feet away, Sister Lidmilla waved an arm, as if not sure Nicci would see her.
Sister Nicci! Sister Nicci! There you are!
She seized Nicci's wrist.
Come along, dear, come along. His Excellency is waiting for you. This way. Come along.
Nicci clasped the sister's tugging hand. Lead the way, Sister Lidmilla. I'm right behind you. The older woman smiled over her shoulder. It wasn't a pleasant or joyous smile, but one of relief. Jagang punished anyone who displeased him, regardless of their culpability.
What took you so long, Sister Nicci? His Excellency is in quite a state he is because of you. Where have you been?
I had business I had to attend to. The woman had to take 2 or 3 steps for every one of Nicci's.
Business, indeed. Were it up to me, I'd have you down in the kitchen scrubbing pots for being off on a lark when you are wanted.
Sister Lidmilla was frail and forgetful, and she sometimes failed to realize she was no longer at the Palace of the Prophets. Jagang used her to fetch people or to wait for them and show them the way, usually to his tents. Should she forget the way, he could always correct her route if need be. It amused him to use a venerable sister of the light, a sorceress reputedly possessing knowledge of the most esoteric incantations, as nothing more than an errand girl. Away from the palace and its spell that slowed aging, Sister Lidmilla was in a sudden headlong rush toward the grave. All the sisters were. The round-backed sister, her dangling arms swinging, shuffled along in front of Nicci, pulling her by her hand, leading her through grand rooms, up stairways, and down hallways. At a doorway framed in gold-leafed moldings, she finally paused, touching her fingers to her lower lip as she caught her breath. Sober soldiers prowling the hall painted Nicci, with glares as dark as her dress. She recognized the men as Imperial guards.
Here it is, Sister Lidmilla peered up at Nicci. His Excellency is in his rooms. Hurry then, go on. Go on now.
She swirled her hands as if she were trying to herd livestock.
In you go.
Before entering, Nicci took her hand from the lever and turned back to the old woman. Sister Lidmilla, you once told me that you thought I would be the one best suited for some of the knowledge you had to pass on. Sister Lidmilla's face brightened with a sly smile.
Ah, some of the more occult magic interests you at long last, Sister Nicci?
Nicci had never before been interested in what Sister Lidmilla had occasionally pestered her to learn. Magic was a selfish pursuit. Nicci learned what she had to, but never went out of her way to go beyond, to the more unusual spells. Yes, as a matter of fact, I believe I am at last ready.
I always told the prelate that you were the only one at the palace with the power for the conjuring I know.
The woman leaned close.
Dangerous conjuring it is, too.
It should be passed on, while you are able. Sister Lidmilla nodded with satisfaction.
I believe you are old enough. I could show you.
When? I will come see you tomorrow. Nicci glanced toward the door. I don't believe I will be able to take a lesson tonight.
Tomorrow, then?
If I do come around to see you, I will be most eager to learn. I especially wish to know about the maternity spell. From what Nicci knew of it, the oddly named maternity spell might be just what she needed. It had the further advantage that once invoked, it was inviolate. Sister Lidmilla straightened and again touched her fingers to her lower lip. A look of concern crossed her face.
My, that one is it? Well, yes, I could teach you. You have the ability. Few do. I'd trust none but you to be able to bring such a thing to life. It requires tremendous power of the gift. You have that. As long as you understand and are willing to accept the cost involved, I can teach you.
Nicci nodded. I will come when I can, then. The old sister ambled on down the hall, deep in thought, already thinking about the lesson. Nicci didn't know if she would live to take the lesson. After she had watched the old sister vanish around the corner, Nicci entered a quiet room lit by myriad candles and lamps. The high ceiling was edged with a painted leaf and acorn design. Plush couches and chairs upholstered in muted browns were set about on thick carpets of rich yellows, oranges, and reds, making them look like a forest floor in the autumn. Heavy drapes had been pulled closed across an expanse of windows. Two sisters sitting on a couch leaped to their feet. "Sister Nicci!" one virtually shouted in relief. The other ran to the double doors at the other side of the room and opened one without knocking, apparently by instruction. She stuck her head into the room beyond to speak in a low voice Nicci couldn't hear. The sister leaped back when Jagang in the inner room roared, "Get out! All of you! Everyone else out!" Two more young sisters, no doubt personal attendants to the Emperor, burst out of the room. Nicci had to step out of the way as all four gifted women made for the doorway leading out of the apartment. A young man Nicci hadn't noticed in the corner joined the women. None even glanced in Nicci's direction as they rushed to do as they were ordered. The first lesson you learned as a slave to Jagang was that when he told you to do something, he meant you to do it right now. Little provoked him more than delay. At the door to the inner room, a woman Nicci didn't recognize ran out, following close on the heels of the others. She was young and beautiful, with dark hair and eyes, probably a captive picked up somewhere along the long march, and no doubt used for Jagang's amusement. Her eyes reflected a world gone mad for her. Such were the unavoidable costs if the world was to be brought to a state of order. Great leaders, by their very nature, came with shortcomings in character, which they themselves viewed as mere peccadillos. The far-ranging benefits Jagang would bring to the poor, suffering masses of humanity far outweighed his crass acts of personal gratification and the relatively petty havoc he wrought. Nicci was often the object of his transgressions. It was a price worth paying for the help that would eventually accrue to the helpless. That was the only matter that could be considered. The outer door closed, and the apartment was finally empty of everyone but Nicci and the Emperor. She stood erect, head held high, arms at her sides, relishing the quiet of the palace. The splendor meant little to her, but quiet was a luxury she had come to appreciate, even if it was selfish. In the tents there was always the noise of the army pressed close around. Here it was quiet. She glanced around the spacious and elaborately decorated outer room, contemplating the idea that Jagang would have acquired the taste for such places. Perhaps he, too, simply wanted quiet. She turned back to the inner room. He was just inside, waiting, watching her, a muscled mass of fury coiled in rage. She strode directly up to him. "You wish to see me, Excellency?" Nicci felt a stunning pain as the back of his beefy hand whipped across her face. The blow spun her around. Her knees hit the floor. He yanked her to her feet by her hair. The second time, she clouted the wall before crashing to the floor again. Stupefying pain throbbed through her face. When she had her bearings, she got her legs under her and stood before him again. The third time, she took a freestanding candelabrum down with her. Candles tumbled and rolled across the floor. A long wisp of sheer curtain she had snatched as she grabbed for support ripped away and drifted down over her as she and an upturned table slammed to the floor. Glass shattered. Metal clattered as small items bounded away. She was dizzy and stunned, her vision faltering. Her eyes felt as if they might have burst, her jaw as if it had been shattered, her neck as if the muscles had ripped. Nicci lay sprawled on the floor, savoring the strident waves of pain, wallowing in the rare sensation of feeling. She saw blood splattered across the light fringe of the carpet beneath her and across the warm glow of wooden flooring. She heard Jagang yelling something at her, but she couldn't make out the words over the ringing in her ears. With a shaky arm, she pushed herself up onto her hip. Blood warmed her fingers when she touched them to her mouth. She relished the hurt. It had been so long since she had felt anything, except for that too brief moment with the moored Sith. This was a glorious wash of agony. Jagang's brutality was able to reach down into the abyss, not only because of the cruelty itself, but because she knew she need not suffer it. He, too, knew that she was there by her choice, not his. That only intensified his anger, and thus her sensations. His rage seemed lethal. She merely noted the fact that she very probably wouldn't leave the room alive. She would probably not get to learn Sister Lidmilla's spells. Nicci simply waited to discover what fate had already decided for her. The room's spinning finally slowed enough for her to once more make it to her feet. She pulled herself up straight before the silent, brawny form of Emperor Jagang. His shaved head reflected points of light from some of the lamps. His only facial hair was a 2-inch braid of mustache growing above each corner of his mouth, and another in the center under his lower lip. The gold ring through his left nostril and its thin gold chain running to another ring in his left ear glimmered in the mellow lamplight. Except for a heavy ring on each finger, he was without the plundered assortment of royal chains and jewels he usually wore around his neck. The rings glistened with her blood. He was bare-chested, but unlike his head, his chest was covered in coarse hair. His muscles bulged, their tendons standing out as he flexed his fists. He had the neck of a bull, and his temperament was worse. Nicci, half a head shy of his height, stood before him, waiting, looking into the eyes she used to see in her nightmares. They were a murky gray, without whites, and clouded over with sullen, dusky shapes that stole across a surface of inky obscurity. Even though they had no evident iris and pupil, nothing but seeming dark voids where a normal person had eyes, she never had any doubt whatsoever as to when he was looking at her. They were the eyes of a dreamwalker denied access to her mind. Now she understood why. "Well," he growled. He threw up his hands. "Cry, yell, scream, beg, argue, make excuses. Don't just stand there." Nicci swallowed back the sharp taste of blood as she gazed placidly into his scarlet glare. "Please be specific, Excellency, as to which you would prefer, how long I should carry on, and if I should end it of my own accord or wait for you to beat me into unconsciousness." He lunged at her with a howl of fury. He seized her throat in his massive fist to hold her as he struck her. Her knees buckled, but he held her up until she was able to steady herself. He released her throat with a shove. "I want to know why you did that to Kadar." She offered only a bloody smile to his anger. He wrenched her arm behind her back and pulled her hard against him. "Why would you do such a thing? Why?" The deadly dance with Jagang had begun. She dimly wondered again if this time she would lose her life. Jagang had killed a number of the sisters who had displeased him. Nicci's safety with him, such as it was, lay in her very indifference to her safety. Her utter disinterest in her own life fascinated Jagang, because he knew it was sincere. "Sometimes you're a fool," she said with true contempt. "Too arrogant to see what is in front of your nose." He twisted her arm until she thought it surely would snap. His panting breath was warm on her throbbing cheek. "I've killed people for saying much less than that." She mocked him through the pain. "Do you intend to bore me to death, then? If you want to kill me, seize me by the throat and strangle me, or slash me to a bloody mess so that I will bleed to death at your feet. Don't think you can suffocate me with the sheer weight of your monotonous threats. If you wish to kill me, then be a man and do so, or else shut your mouth." The mistake most people made with Jagang was to believe, because of his capacity for such profound brutality, that he was an ignorant, dumb brute. He was not. He was one of the most intelligent men Nicci had ever met. Brutality was but his cloak. As an outgrowth of his access to the thoughts of so many different people's minds, he was directly exposed to their knowledge, wisdom, and ideas. Such exposure augmented his intellect. He also knew what people most feared. If anything about him frightened her, it was not his brutality, but his intelligence, for she knew that intelligence could be a bottomless well of truly inventive cruelty. "Why did you kill him, Nicci?" he asked again, his voice losing some of its fire. In her mind, like a protective stone wall, was the thought of Richard. He had to see it in her eyes. Part of Jagang's rage, she knew, was at his own impotence at penetrating her mind, of possessing her as he could so many others. Her knowing smirk taunted him with what he could not have. It amused me to hear the great Kadar Kardif cry for mercy, and then to deny it. Jagang roared again, a beastly sound out of place for such a mannerly bedchamber. She saw the blur of his arm swinging for her. The room whirled violently around her. She expected to hit something with a bone-breaking impact. Instead, she upended and crashed onto unexpected softness. The bed, she realized. Somehow she had missed the marble and mahogany posts at the corners. They surely would have killed her. Fate, it seemed, was trifling with her. Jagang landed atop her. She thought he might beat her to death now. Instead, he studied her eyes from inches away. He sat up, straddling her hips. His meaty hands pulled at the laces on the bodice of her dress. With a quick yank of the material, he exposed her breasts. His fingers squeezed her bared flesh until her eyes watered. Nicci didn't watch him or resist, but instead went limp as he pushed her dress up around her waist. Her mind began its journey away to where only she alone could go. He fell on her, driving the wind from her lungs in a helpless grunt. Arms lying at her sides, her fingers open and slack, eyes unblinking, Nicci stared at the folds of the silk in the canopy of the bed, her mind unaffected in the distant, quiet place. The pain seemed remote. Her struggle to breathe seemed trivial. As he went about his coarse business, she focused her thoughts instead on what she was going to do. She had never believed possible what she now contemplated. Now she knew it was. She had only to decide to do it. Jagang slapped her, causing her to focus her mind back on him. "You're too stupid to even weep." She realized he had finished. He was not happy that she hadn't noticed. She had to make an effort not to comfort her jaw, stinging from what to him was a smack, but to the person receiving it was a blow nearly strong enough to cripple. Sweat dripped from his chin onto her face. His powerful body glistened from the exertion she had not perceived. His chest heaved as he glared down at her. Anger, of course, powered the glare, but Nicci thought she saw a tinge of something else there, too. Regret, or maybe anguish, or maybe even hurt. "Is that what you wish me to do, then, Excellency? Weep?" His voice turned bitter as he flopped onto his side beside her. "No, I wish you to react." "But I am," she said as she stared up at the canopy. "It is simply not the reaction you wish." He sat up. "What's the matter with you, woman?" She gazed up at him a moment, and then turned her eyes away. "I have no idea," she answered honestly. "But I think I must find out." Chapter 14. Jagang gestured. "Take off your clothes. You're spending the night. It's been too long." This time it was he who stared off at the walls. "I've missed you in my bed, Nicci." She didn't answer. She did not believe that in his bed he missed anything. She didn't believe she could conceive of him understanding what it was to miss a person. What he missed, she thought, was being able to miss someone. Nicci sat up and threw her legs over the side of the bed as she untangled herself from the black dress. She pulled it off over her head and then laid it out across the back of a padded leather chair. She reclaimed her underthings from the tangles of the bed covering and tossed them on the chair before drawing off her stockings and placing them, too, on the seat of the chair. He watched her body the whole time, watched her as she tended to her dress, smoothing it to straighten what he had done to it, watching the mysterious allure of a woman acting a woman. When she had finished, she turned back to him. She stood proudly, to let him see that which he could have only by force and never as a willing gift. She could detect the sense of privation in his expression. This was the only victory she could have. The more he took her by force, the more he understood that that was the only way he could ever have her, and the more it maddened him. She would just as soon die as willingly give him the satisfaction of that gift, and he knew the brutal truth of that. He finally forced himself away from his private bitter longing and looked up into her eyes. Why'd you kill Kadar?
She sat on the edge of the bed opposite him, just out of his easy reach, but within range of his lunge, and shrugged her bare shoulders. You are not the Order. The Order is no single man, but an ideal of equity. As such, it will survive any one person. You serve that ideal in the Order for now, in the capacity of but a brute. The Order could use any brute to serve its purpose. You, Kadar, or another. I simply eliminated someone who might one day have been a threat to you before you can rise above your present role. He grinned.
You expect me to believe that you are doing me a kindness. Now you mock me.
If it pleases you to think so, then do. Her smooth, white limbs were a vivid contrast to the heavy, dark, variegated, verdant bed cover and sheets. He lay back atop them against several rumpled pillows, immodestly displayed before her. His eyes looked even darker than usual.
What's all this talk I keep hearing about Jagang the Just?
Your new title. It is the thing that will save you, the thing that will win for you, the thing that will bring you more glory than anything else. Yet in return for eliminating a future threat to your standing, and for making you a hero to the people, you draw my blood. He put an arm behind his head.
Sometimes you make me believe the stories that people tell, that you really are crazy.
And if you kill everyone?
Then they will be dead.
I have recently been through towns visited by your soldiers. It seems they didn't harm the people, at least they didn't slaughter everyone in sight, as they did when they began their march into the New World. He lunged and seized a fistful of her hair. With a snarl, he yanked her onto her back beside him. She caught her breath as he rose up on an elbow and directed his disturbing gaze down into her eyes.
It is your job to make examples of people, to show them that they must contribute to our cause, to make them fear the Imperial Order's righteous wrath. That is the task I assigned you.
Is that so? Then why did the soldiers not make examples too? Why did they let those towns be? Why did they not contribute to striking fear into the hearts of the people? Why didn't they lay waste to every city and town in their path?
And then who would I rule but my soldiers? Who would do the work? Who would make things? Who would grow the food? Who would pay tribute? To whom will I bring the hope of the Order? Who will be there to glorify the great Emperor Jagang if I kill them all?
He flapped onto his back.
You may be cold Death's mistress, but we can't have it your way and kill everyone. In this world, you are bound to the Order's purpose. If people feel the Order's arrival can mean nothing but their death, they will resist to the end. They must know that it is only their resistance which will bring a swift and sure death. If they realize our arrival offers them a moral life, a life which puts man under the Creator and the welfare of man above all else, they will embrace us.
You dealt death to this city, she taunted, forcing him to unwittingly prove the validity of what she had done, even though they chose the Order.
I've given orders that any people of the city still alive be allowed to go back to their homes. The rampage is ended. The people here betrayed their promises and thus invited brutality. They saw it, but now that is finished, and a new day of order has come. The old ideas of separate lands are over. As it was ended in the old world, all people will be governed together, and will enter a new age of prosperity together, under the Imperial Order. Only those who resist will be crushed, not because they resist, but because ultimately they are traitors to the well-being of their fellow man and must be eliminated. Here in Andereth was the turning point in our struggle. Richard Rahl was at last cast out by the people themselves, who came to see the virtue of what we offer. No longer can he claim to represent them.
Yet you came in and slaughtered.
The leaders here betrayed certain promises to me. Who knows how much of the general population may have collaborated in that? And so the people had to pay a price. But collectively, They have also earned a place in the Order for their courage in emphatically rejecting Lord Rahl and the outdated, selfish, uninspired morals he offered them. The tide has turned. People no longer have faith in Lord Rahl, nor can he now have any faith in them. Richard Rahl is a fallen leader.
Nicci smiled inwardly, a sad smile. She was a fallen woman, and Richard was a fallen man. Their fate was sealed. "Perhaps here in this one small place," she said, "but he is far from defeated. He is still dangerous. After all, you failed to gain everything you sought here in Andrith because of Richard Rahl. He not only denied you a clear victory by destroying vast stores of supplies and leaving the systems and services of production in total disarray, but he also slipped right through your fingers when you should have captured him."
"I will have him!"
"Really? I wonder." She watched his fist and waited until it relaxed before she continued. "When will you move our forces north into the Midlands?" Jagang stroked his hand down his woolly chest.
"Soon. I want to give them time to become careless first. When they grow complacent, I will strike north. A great leader must read the nature of the battle to be able to adjust his tactics. We will be liberators now as we move north into the Midlands, bringing the Creator's glory to the people. We must win the hearts and minds of the unconverted."
"You have decided this change on your own. You do not consider the will of the Creator in your campaign." He glared at her insolence, as if to tell her she knew better than to even ask such a question.
"I am the Emperor. I need not consult our spiritual guides, but since their counsel is always welcome, I've already talked to the priests. They've spoken favorably about my plans. Brother Nariv thinks it wise and has given his blessing. You had better keep to your job of extinguishing any ideas of opposition. If you don't follow my orders, well, no one will miss one sister. I have others."
She was not moved by his threats, real as they were. By his suspicious look, he was beginning to understand her vision, too. "What you are doing is fitting," she said. "But it must be cut up into little pieces the people can chew. They do not have the Order's wisdom in seeing what is best for them. The public rarely does. Even one as bull-headed as you must be able to see that I have anticipated your plans by helping those you can't afford to kill to understand that you are sparing them out of your sense of justice. Word of such deeds will win hearts." He cast her a sidelong glance.
"I am the Order's cleansing fire. The fire is a necessary conflagration, but not the important end. It is merely the means to the end. From the ashes I, Jagang, create. New order can sprout and grow. It is this end, this glorious new age of man that warrants the means. In this it is my responsibility, not yours, to decide justice, when and how I will dispense it, and who will receive it."
She grew impatient with his vanity. Scorn seeped into her voice. "I have simply put a name to it, Jagang the Just, and begun to spread your new title for you when the opportunity arose. I sacrificed Kadar to that end for all the same reasons you've listed. It had to be done now in order for it to have the necessary time to spread and flourish, or the new world would soon harden irreversibly against the Order. I chose the time and place, and by using Kadar Kardif's life, a war hero's life, proved your devotion to the cause of the Order above all else. You benefit. Any brute could ignite the conflagration. This new title shows your moral vision, another manifestation of worth over other men. I have planted the vital seed that will make you a hero to the common people, and even more important, to the priests. Are you going to pretend you think the title inadequate, or that it will not serve you well? What I alone have done will help win what your powerful army cannot. Willing allegiance without a battle at a cost of nothing.
with Kadar's life, I, Nicci, have made you more than you could make of yourself. I, Nicci, have given you the reputation of honor. I, Nicci, have made you into a leader people will trust because they believe you to be just." He brooded for a time, turning his gaze from her hot glare. His arm finally fell open, and his fingers tenderly trailed down her thigh. The touch was an admission for him, an admission that she was right, even if he would not say the words. After a few moments he yawned, and then his eyes closed. His breathing evened, and he started to drift off into a nap, as was his way with her. He expected her to remain right where she was, so that when he awoke she would be available to him. She supposed she could leave, but it was not time, not yet. He finally awoke an hour later. Nicci was still staring up at the canopy, thinking about Richard. There seemed to be one piece missing in her plan, one more thing that she felt needed to fall into place. In his sleep, Jagang had rolled over on his side, facing away from her. Now he turned back. His dark eyes took her in with a look of lust rekindled. He drew her close. His body was as warm as a rock in the sun, and only slightly softer. "Pleasure me," he commanded in a husky growl that would have frightened any other woman into doing as ordered. "Or what? You will kill me? If I feared that, I would not be here. This is by force, not consent. I will not willingly take part in it, nor will I allow you to deceive yourself into believing that I want you." He backhanded her, knocking her across the bed. "You take part willingly." He seized her by the wrist and dragged her back toward him. "Why else would you be here?" "You ordered me here." He smirked. "And you came when you could have fled." She opened her mouth, but she had no answer she could put into words, no answer he would understand. With a grin of victory, he fell on her and pressed his lips to hers. As much as it hurt her, for Jagang this was gentle behavior. He had told her several times that she was the only woman he ever cared to kiss. He seemed to believe that by expressing those emotions for her, she could have no alternative but to surrender feelings in kind, as if spoken feelings were currency with which he could purchase affection on demand. It was only the beginning of a long night, a long ordeal, she knew. She would have to endure his forceful violation several more times before morning. His question haunted the distant place in her mind. Morning came, accompanied by the dull throbbing of a headache from her succeeding beating, and the sharper aches from the places where he'd struck her when he came to find that what he thought was her willing submission was but a delusion that left him more angered than before. The pillows were stained with her blood. It had been a long night of rare sensations experienced. She knew she was evil, and deserved to be violated in such a brutal fashion. She could offer no moral objection to it. Even in the terrible things he did to her, Jagang was nowhere near as corrupt as she. Jagang erred in simple matters of the flesh, and that could only be expected. All people were corrupt in the flesh. But because of her indifference to the suffering around her, she failed in matters of the spirit. That, she knew, was pure evil. That was why she deserved to suffer whatever he did to her. For the moment, that deep, dark place within came close to being sated. Nicci touched her mouth and found the cuts painful but closed. The healing of wounds, though, did not offer the warranted sensations of receiving them, so she resolved to have one of the other sisters heal her, rather than give him the satisfaction of witnessing her suffering the inconvenience of the injuries. With that, her mind turned to thoughts of Sister Lidmilla. Nicci realized that Jagang wasn't in bed beside her. She sat up and saw him in a chair not far away, watching her. She pulled the sheet up to cover her breasts, speckled with droplets of dried blood. "You are a pig." "You can't get enough of me. Despite what you say, Nicci, you wish to be with me. If not, why would you stay?" Those nightmare eyes of his watched her, trying to find a way into her mind. There was none. He could no longer be a nightmare for her. Richard guarded her mind. "Not for the reasons you wish to believe. I stay because the ultimate cause of the order is a moral one. I wish it to succeed. I wish the suffering of life's helpless victims to end. I wish everyone to finally be equal and to finally live with everything they need. I have worked nearly my entire life for those goals. The Order can see to it that such a fair world comes to be. If I must endure you, even aid you, for such an end, then it is but an insignificant gnat to swallow.
You sound so very noble, but I think there is something more basic behind it. I think you would have left if you could, or, he smiled, if you could, you would have left if you really wanted to. Which is it then, Nicci?
She didn't want to contemplate the question. Her head hurt. What's all the talk about you building a palace?
So you heard then.
He took a deep breath and sighed wistfully.
It will be the grandest palace ever built, a fitting place for the Emperor of the Imperial Order, for the man who rules both the old and the new worlds.
The man who wants to rule. Lord Rahl stands in your way. How many times has he bested you now?
Jagang's eyes flashed a rage she knew could turn violent. Richard had frustrated Jagang a number of times. Even if Richard hadn't been victorious over Jagang, he had stung him. Quite an accomplishment, really, for such a tiny force against the array of the Imperial Order. A man like Jagang hated the humiliation of a sting almost as much as he would hate to be gored.
I will eliminate Richard Rahl, don't you worry, Jagang said in a low growl.
She changed the subject back to what she really wanted to know about. Since when has the all-conquering Emperor Jagang turned soft and wanted to live in splendor?
Ah, but I am Jagang the Just now, remember?
He returned to the bed and flopped down beside her.
Nicci, I'm sorry I hurt you. I never want to hurt you, but you make me do it. You know I care about you.
You care about me, yet you beat me? You care about me, yet you never bothered to tell me of such an enormous project as the building of a palace? I am insignificant to you.
I told you. I'm sorry I hurt you. But that was your own fault, and you know it.
He spoke the words almost lovingly. With mention of the palace, his face had softened into a visionary look.
It's only proper and fitting that I at last have the prestige of such a monumental edifice.
You, the man who was content in tents in the field, now wants to live in a resplendent building. Why?
Because once I bring the new world under the guidance of the Order, I will owe it to all the people as their leader to be seen in a majestic setting. But it will have more than simple splendor.
But of course, she sniped. He gathered up her hand.
Nicci, I will proudly wear the title Jagang the Just. You're right. The time has come for such a move. I was only angered because you wrongly made that move without first discussing it with me. But let us forget that now.
She said nothing. He gripped her hand more tightly, to show his sincerity, she supposed.
You're going to love the palace when it's finished.
He ran the back of the fingers of his other hand tenderly down her cheek.
We will all live there for a very long time.
The words struck a chord in her. A very long time? For the first time she realized there was something more to this than simply his vanity of wanting a palace after Richard had denied him the palace of the prophets. He wanted what else Richard had denied him. Could it be? She looked up into his face, searching for the answer. He simply smiled at the questions in her eyes.
Construction has already begun, he said, turning his words away from those questions. Architects and great builders from all over the old world have gathered to work on it. Everyone wants to be part of such a grand project.
And Brother Narif? She probed. What does he think of building such a frivolous monument to one man, when there is important work to be done for so many needy people?
Brother Narif and his disciples greatly favor the project.
Jagang flashed her a sly smile.
They will live there too, of course.
Understanding washed over her. He's going to spell the new palace, she whispered, in astonishment to herself. Jagang only smiled as he watched her, clearly pleased with her reaction.
Brother Nariv had been at the Palace of the Prophets almost as long as she, nearly 170 years, but in all that time, he seemed to have aged only 10 or 15 years, the same as she. No one but Nicci ever knew he was anything but a stable hand. They didn't know he was gifted. In all that time, with her, along with everyone else paying him little heed, he must have been studying the spell around the palace. From what she knew, most of Brother Nariv's disciples had been young wizards from the Palace of the Prophets. They had access to the vaults. They, too, could have added information that helped him. But could he really do such a thing? "Tell me about the palace," she said, preferring his voice to the silent scrutiny of his nightmare eyes. He kissed her first, the way a man kisses a woman, not the way a brute kisses a victim. She endured it with no more favor than any of the rest of it. He seemed not to notice this time, and by the smile of his face appeared to have enjoyed it. "It will be a walk of nearly 15 miles to walk all the halls." He swept a hand out and began to give shape to the grand palace in the air before them. As he went on, he stared off at his imaginary outline, hanging there in space. Page 114. "The world has never seen anything to match it. While I carry on with our work of bringing the hope of the Order to the New World, of bringing the true word of the Creator to the wicked and the greedy, of banishing the selfish ideals of the ancient religion of magic back in my homeland, the work of building the palace will go on. Quarries will be busy for years extracting all the rock that will go into the construction. The variety of stone will leave no doubt about the glory of the place. The marble will be the finest. The woods will be only the best. Every material going into the palace will be exceptional. The best craftsmen will shape it all into a grand structure." "Yes, but despite the fact that others may live there," she mocked in cool disdain, "it will be but a pompous monument to only one man, the great and powerful Emperor Jagang." "No, it will be devoted to the glory of the Creator." "Oh, and will the Creator be taking up residence there too, then?" Jagang scowled at her blasphemy. "Brother Nariv wishes the palace to be instructional to the people. He is contributing his spiritual guidance to the undertaking, and will personally oversee the construction while I cleanse the way for the Order." That was what she wanted to know. He stared off at the invisible shape still hanging in the air before them. His voice took on a reverent tone. "Brother Nariv shares my vision in this. He has always been like a father to me. He put the fire in my belly. His spiritual direction has been a lifelong inspiration. He allows me to stand at the fore and take the glory of our victories, but I would be nothing without his moral teachings. What I win is only as the fist of the Order, and a fist is but one part of the whole, as we are all but insignificant fragments of society as a whole. You are right. Many others could stand in my place for the Order. But it is my part to be the one to lead us. I would never do anything to betray the trust Brother Nariv has placed in me. That would be like betraying the Creator himself. He guides the way for all of us. I only thought to build a fitting palace for us all, a place from which to govern for the benefit of the people. It was Brother Nariv who took up the dream and gave it moral meaning by envisioning everyone, when they see the vast structure, as seeing man's place in the new order, seeing that man can never live up to the glory of the Creator, and that individually he is but a meaningless member of the greater brotherhood of man, and thus can have no greater part to play than to uplift all his brothers in need. So all will thrive together. Yet it will also be a place that will humble every man before it, by showing him his utter insignificance before the glory of the Creator, by showing man's depravity, his tortured, contorted, inferior nature, for all men in this world are such as this. Nicci could almost see such a place when he spoke of it. It would indeed be a humbling inspiration to the people. He came near to inspiring her with such talk, as Brother Nariv had at one time inspired her. "This is why I have stayed," she whispered, "because the cause of the Order is righteous." The piece that had been missing was now found. In the quiet, Jagang kissed her again. She allowed him to finish it and then pushed away from his embrace. With a distant smile, he watched as she rose and began dressing. "You're going to love it there, Nicci. It will be a place befitting you."
Oh, as the slave queen?
As a queen, if you wish it. I plan to give you the kind of authority you've never before had. We'll be happy there, you and I. Truly happy. For a long, long time, we'll be happy there. She drew a stocking up her leg. "When Sister Ulyssia and the four with her found a way to leave you, I chose to ignore their discovery and stay, because I know the Order is the only moral course for mankind. But now You stayed because you would be nothing without the Order." She looked away from his eyes. She tugged her dress down over her head, poked her arms through the sleeves, and worked the skirt over her hips. "I am nothing without the Order, and I am nothing with it. No one is. We are all inadequate, miserable creatures. That is the nature of man. That is what the Creator teaches. But the Order shows man his duty to make a better life for the good of all." "And I am the Emperor of the Imperial Order."
His red face cooled more slowly than it had heated. He gestured vaguely in the hollow silence, and he went on in a more mellow tone.
"The world will be one under the Order. We'll be happy at the palace when it's finished, Nicci. You and I, under the spiritual guidance of our priests. You'll see. In time, when
I'm leaving." She drew on a boot.
I will not permit it."
Nicci paused at pulling on her other boot and glanced up into his dark eyes. She flicked a finger toward a stone vase on a table against the far wall. Light flashed. The vase exploded in a cloud of dust and chips with a sound that rocked the room. The draperies shuddered. The panes in the window chattered. When the dust had settled, she said, "You will not permit it?" She bent forward and began doing up the laces on her boots. Jagang strolled over to the table and dragged his fingers through the dust that was all that remained of the stone vase. He turned back to her in all his naked, hairy imperial glory.
"Are you threatening me? Do you actually think you could use your power against me?"
"I do not think it." She yanked the laces tight. "I know it. The truth is I choose not to." He struck a defiant pose.
"And why is that?"
Nicci stood and faced him. "Because, as you said, the Order needs you, or rather a brute like you. You serve the ends of the Order. You are their fist. You bring that cleansing fire. You perform that function very well. It could even be said that you perform that service with extraordinary talent. You are Jagang the Just. You see the wisdom and the title I have given you, and will use it to further the cause of the Order. That is why I choose not to use my power against you. It would be like using my power against the Order, against my own duty to the future of mankind."
"Then why do you want to leave?"
"Because I must." She gave him a look of icy determination and deadly threat. "Before I go, I will be spending some time with Sister Lidmilla. You are to immediately and completely withdraw from her mind and remain out of it the entire time I am with her. We will use your tents, since you are not using them. You will see to it that everyone leaves us entirely alone for however long it takes us. Anyone who enters without my express permission will die. That includes you. You have my oath as a sister of the dark on that. When I'm finished and after I leave, you may do what you will with Sister Lidmilla. Kill her if that is your wish, although I don't see why you would want to bother, since she is going to be doing you a great service."
"I see."
His huge chest rose. He let the deep breath out slowly.
"And how long will you be gone this time, Nicci?"
"This is not like the other times. This is different."
"How long?"
"Perhaps only a short time, perhaps a very long time. I don't yet know. Leave me alone to do as I must, and if I can, I will one day return to you." He gazed into her eyes, but he could not look into her mind.
Another man protected her mind and kept her thoughts her own. In all the time she had spent with Richard, Nicci had never learned that which she hungered most to know, but in one way she had learned too much. Most of the time she was able to entomb that unwanted knowledge under the numb weight of indifference. Occasionally, though, it would, like now, unexpectedly rise up out of its tomb to seize her. When it did, she was helpless in its grip and could do nothing but wait for the oblivion of numbed attachment to bury it yet again. Staring into the long, dark night of Jagang's inhuman eyes, eyes that revealed nothing but the bleakness of his soul, Nicci touched her finger to the gold ring Jagang had ordered pierced through her lower lip to mark her as his personal slave. She released a thread-thin channel of subtractive magic, and the ring ceased to exist. "And where are you going, Nicci?" "I am going to destroy Richard Rahl for you." Chapter 15. Zedicus Zuul Zarander had been able to talk and smile his way past the other soldiers, but these were not moved by his explanation that he was Richard's grandfather. He supposed he should have entered the camp in the daylight. It would have avoided a lot of the suspicion, but he was tired and hadn't thought it would be that much trouble. The soldiers were properly suspicious, which greatly pleased him, but he was weary and had more important things to do than answer questions. He wanted to ask them instead. "Why do you want to see him?" the bigger guard repeated.
I told you, I'm Richard's grandfather.
"This is the Richard Cipher you're talking about, who you now say—"
Yes, that was his name when he grew up, and that's what I'm used to calling him. But I meant Richard Rahl, who he is now. You know Lord Rahl, your leader? I would think being the grandfather of someone as important as your Lord Rahl would accord me some respect, maybe even a hot meal.
"I could say I'm Lord Rahl's brother," the man said, keeping a tight grip on the bit in the mouth of Zed's horse. "But that doesn't make it so." Zed sighed.
How very true.
As vexing as it was, Zed, at some dim inward level, was pleased to see that the men weren't stupid, nor easily duped.
But I'm also a wizard,
Zed added, drawing low his eyebrows for dramatic effect.
If I wasn't friendly, I could simply do you up crisp and be on my way past the both of you.
"And if I wasn't friendly," the man said, "I could give this signal, now that we've let you venture in this far so that you are completely surrounded, and the dozen archers hiding all around you in the dark would let fly the arrows that are at this moment trained on you, as they have been ever since you approached our encampment."
"Ah,"
Zed said, holding up a finger in triumph.
"All very well and good, but—"
"And even if I were to die in a final flame of service to the Lord Rahl, those arrows will let fly without me needing to give any signal." Zed harumphed, lowering his finger, but inwardly he smiled. Here he was, first wizard, and if he weren't entering a friendly camp, he would have been bested in this game of banter by a simple soldier. Or maybe not.
In the first place, Sergeant, I am, as I said, a wizard, and so I knew of the archers, and have already dealt with the threat by spelling their arrows, so they will fly no truer and with no more deadly effect than wet dish rags. I have nothing to fear from them. In the second place, even if I'm lying, which is precisely what you are considering at this very moment, you have made a mistake by telling me of the threat, which enables me, as a wizard of great repute, to now use my magic to nullify it.
A slow smile came to the man's face. "Why, that's remarkable." He scratched his head. He looked to his partner and then back to Zed. "You're right, that was exactly what I was thinking. That you could be lying about knowing the archers were back there in the dark."
You see there, young man, you're not so smart after all.
"You're right, sir, I'm not. Here I was so busy talking to you and being so intimidated by your wizardly powers and all, that I plumb forgot to tell you about what else was out there in the dark, watching you." The soldier's brow lowered. "And it would be a mite more trouble than any simple arrows, I dare say." Zed scowled down at the man.
Now see here,
"Why don't you do as I ask and come down here in the light, where I can see you better and answer some of our questions?" With a sigh of resignation, Zed dismounted. He gave Spider a reassuring pat on her neck. Spider, a chestnut-colored mare, had a leggy black splotch on her creamy rump, from which she had acquired her name. Young, strong, and possessing an agreeably spirited nature, she made a pleasant traveling companion. The two of them had been through a great deal together. Zed stepped into the intimate circle of light from the watchfire. He turned his hand up and brought a white-hot flame to life just above the flesh of his palm. The two soldiers' eyes widened. Zed scowled.
"But I have my own fire if you need to see better. Does this help you see things better, Sergeant?"
Why, yes it does, sir," the man stammered. "Yes, it does indeed," a woman said as she stepped into the light. "Why didn't you simply use your Han and give a display of your craft in the first place?" She motioned into the darkness, as if signaling for others to stand down. She turned back with a smile that was no more than courteous. "Welcome, wizard." Zed bowed from the waist.
"Zedicus Zul Zorander, first wizard at your service."
"Sister Philippa, Wizard Zorander. I am aide to the prelate." She gestured, and the sergeant took the reins from Zed's hand to lead the horse away. Zed clapped the man on the back to let him know there were no hard feelings, and then gave a similar pat to Spider to let her know it was all right to go with the men.
"Treat her especially well, Sergeant. Spider is a friend."
The sergeant saluted by tapping his fist to his heart. "She'll be treated as a friend, sir." After the soldiers had led Spider away, Zed said,
"The prelate? Which one?"
The narrow-jawed sister clasped her hands together. "Prelate Verna, of course."
"Oh, yes, of course. Prelate Verna."
The Sisters of the Light didn't know Anne was still alive. At least she had been alive when Zed last saw her, several months past. Anne had written in her journey book, telling Verna that she was alive, but also asking her to keep that information private for the time being. Zed had been hoping that perhaps Anne had turned up at the Daharan army camp with her Sisters of the Light. He was sorry to learn she hadn't. It boded ill for her. Zed held no favor with the Sisters of the Light. A lifetime of disapproval was not easily forgotten. But he had come to respect Anne as a woman of self-discipline and resolve, even if he took a dim view of some of her convictions and past objectives. He knew that, at the least, he and Anne shared many important values. He didn't know about the rest of the sisters, though. Sister Philippa appeared middle-aged, but with sisters that meant little. She might have lived at the Palace of the Prophets for only a year, or for centuries. With dark eyes and high cheekbones, she was an exotic-looking woman. As in the Midlands, there were places in the Old World where the people had unique physical characteristics. Sister Philippa moved the way high-minded women tended to move, like a swan taken to human form. "How may I be of service, Wizard Zorander?"
"Zed will do. Is this prelate of yours awake?"
"She is. This way, Zed, if you please." He fell in behind the woman as she glided off toward the dark shapes of tents.
"Got anything to eat around here?"
She looked back over her shoulder. "This late?"
"Well, I've been traveling hard. It's not really all that late, is it?"
In the dark, she assessed him briefly. "I don't believe it's ever too late, according to the teachings of the Creator, and you do look emaciated. From your travels, I'm sure." Her smile warmed a little. "Food is always at the ready. We have soldiers who are active through the night and need to be fed. I believe I could find something for you." She returned her gaze to the indiscernible path.
"That would be a kindness,"
Zed said in a jovial voice as he scowled at her back.
"And I'm not emaciated. I'm wiry. Most women find lean men appealing."
"Do they? I never knew that." Sisters of the Light were a lofty lot, Zed thought ruefully. For thousands of years it had been a death sentence for them to even set foot in the New World. Zed had always been a little more lenient, but not by much. In the past, the sisters only came into the New World to steal boys with the gift. They claimed to be saving them. It was a wizard's task to train wizards. If they came for the reason of taking a boy back beyond the Great Barrier to their palace, Zed viewed it as the gravest of crimes. They had come for that very reason only the winter before and taken Richard. Sister Verna was the one who had captured him and taken him to the Old World. Under the spell of their palace, he could have ended up being there for centuries. Leave it to Richard to make friends with the Sisters of the Light, of all people. Zed guessed he and the sisters were even, that they had good reason to view him in a harsh way. He had, after all, set the spell that Richard had used to destroy their palace. But Anne had helped, knowing it was the only way to prevent Jagang from capturing the palace and acquiring the prophecies therein for his own purposes. All around, guards, big guards, prowled the encampment. In chainmail and leather armor, they were an imposing sight. They watched everything as they slipped through the darkness. The camp was relatively quiet, considering its size. Noise could give away a variety of information to an enemy. It was not easy to see to it that this many men kept quiet. "I'm relieved that our first incursion by someone possessing the gift turned out to be a friend," the sister said.
"And I'm glad to see that the gifted are helping to keep watch. But there are types of enemy forays that the regular sentries could not identify."
Zed wondered if they were really prepared for those kinds of troubles. "If magic is involved, we will be there to detect it."
"I suppose you were watching me the whole time?"
"I was," Sister Philippa said. "From the time you crossed the line of hills back there." Zed scratched his jaw.
"Really? That far away?"
With a satisfied smirk, she said, "That far." He peered over his shoulder into the night.
"Both of you, very good."
She halted and turned to him.
"Both? You knew there were two of us watching?"
Zed smiled innocently.
"But of course, you were just watching. She was farther away, following, conjuring some little nasty, should I prove hostile."
Sister Philippa blinked in astonishment.
"Remarkable. You could sense her touching her Han from that distance?"
Zed nodded with satisfaction.
"They didn't make me first wizard just because I was wiry."
Sister Philippa's smile finally looked sincere.
"I am relieved you came as a friend, rather than one intent on harm."
There was more truth in that than the woman knew. Zed had experience in the unpleasant, dirty business of magic in warfare. When he'd come near their camp, he saw the holes in their defense and the weaknesses in the way they used the gift for their purpose. They were not thinking as their enemy would think. Had he been intent on harm, the entire camp would be in an uproar by now, despite what they had done to prepare for one such as he. Sister Philippa turned back to the night to lead him on. It was somewhat unsettling for Zed to walk through a Daharan camp, even though he knew they were now fighting on the same side. He had spent a good deal of his life dealing with Daharans as the deadly enemy. Richard had changed all that. Zed sighed. He sometimes thought that Richard might make friends with thunder and lightning and invite them both to dinner. Dark shapes of tents and wagons loomed all around. Pole weapons were stacked upright in neat ranks, ready should they be suddenly needed. Some soldiers snored, and some sat around in the dark, talking in low voices or laughing quietly, while others patrolled the inky shadows. Those passed close enough for Zed to smell their breath, but in the darkness he could not make out their faces. Well-hidden sentries were stationed at every possible approach route. There were very few fires in the camp, and those were mostly watch fires, set away from the main force, leaving the mass of the camp a dark hole of night. Some armies carried on a considerable amount of work at night, performing repairs or making things they needed, and letting the men do as they would. These men remained quiet throughout the night, so watching eyes and listening ears could gain little, if any, help for an invading force. These were well-trained, disciplined, professional soldiers. From a distance, it was difficult to tell the size of the camp. It was huge. Sister Philippa brought Zed to a sizable tent, one tall enough to stand in. Light from lamps hanging inside gave the canvas walls and roof a soft amber glow. She ducked beneath a tent line and poked her head in under the flap.
"I have a wizard out here who wishes to see the prelate."
Zed heard muffled, astonished acknowledgement from inside.
"Go on in." Sister Philippa smiled while giving his back a gentle push. "I'll see if I can find you some dinner."
"I would be not only grateful, but greatly in your debt,"
Zed told her. As he stepped inside the tent, the people were just coming to their feet to greet him.
"Zed, you old fool, you be alive."
Zed grinned as Addie, The old sorceress known as the Bone Woman in their adopted homeland of Westland rushed into his arms. He let out a grunt as she momentarily squeezed the wind from his lungs. He smoothed her square-cut, jaw-length black and gray hair as he held her head to his chest.
"I promised you'd see me again, now didn't I?" "Yes, you did," she whispered into his heavy robes.
She pushed back, holding his arms, and looked him over. She reached up and smoothed down his unruly, wavy white hair.
"You look as lovely as ever," he told her.
She peered at him with her completely white eyes. Her sight had been taken from her when she was but a young woman. Addie now saw by means of her gift. In some ways, she saw better.
"Where be your hat?" "Hat? I bought you a fine hat and you lost it. I see you still have not replaced it. You told me you would get another. I believe you promised."
Zed hated the hat with the long feather she'd bought for him when they'd acquired the rest of his clothes. He'd rather be wearing the simple robes befitting a wizard of his rank and authority, but Addie had lost them after he purchased the fancy maroon robes with black sleeves and cowled shoulders he now wore. 3 rows of silver brocade circled the cuffs. Thicker gold brocade ran around the neck and down the front. A red satin belt, set with a gold buckle, gathered the outfit at his thin waist. Such clothes marked one with the gift as an initiate. For one without the gift, such clothes befitted nobility, or in most places a wealthy merchant. So although Zed disliked the ostentatious attire, it had at times been a valuable disguise. Besides, Addie liked him in the maroon robes. The hat, though, was too much for him. It had been misplaced. He noted that Addie had managed to keep her simple clothes along the way. Yellow and red beads around the neck of her robes, sewn in the shapes of the ancient symbols of her profession of sorceress, were the only ornamentation she wore.
"I've been busy," he said, flicking his hand, hoping to dismiss the matter. "Or I would have replaced the hat."
"Bah!" she scoffed.
"You'll be up to mischief."
"Why, I've been—"
"Hush now," Addie said.
Holding his arm in a tight grip, she held out the long, thin fingers of her other hand.
"Zed, this be Verna, prelate of the Sisters of the Light."
The woman looked to be in her late 30s, perhaps early 40s. Zed knew her to be much older. Anne, Verna's predecessor, had told him Verna's age, and while he couldn't recall the exact number, it was somewhere close to 160 years, young for a Sister of the Light. She had simple, attractive features and brown hair with just enough curl and body to add a hint of sophistication. Her intent, brown-eyed gaze looked as if it could scour lichen off granite. By the lines of a resolute expression enduringly fixed on her face, she appeared to be a woman with a shell as tight as a beetle's and just as hard. Zed bowed his head.
"Prelate, First Wizard Zadicus Zul Zarander, at your service."
He let her know by his tone that it was merely a figure of speech. This was the woman who had taken Richard away to the old world. Even if she believed it was to save his life, Zed, as First Wizard, viewed such an act as abhorrent. The sisters, sorceresses all, believed they could train gifted young men to be wizards. They were wrong. Such a task could only be adequately accomplished by another wizard. She offered her hand with the sunburst patterned gold ring of office. He bent forward and kissed it, out of what he thought must be their custom. She pulled his hand close when he had finished, and kissed it in return. "I am humbled to meet the man who helped raise our Richard. You would have to be as rare a person as I found him to be when we helped begin his training." She forced a chuckle. "We found it a formidable labor trying to teach that grandson of yours." Zed slightly altered his opinion of the woman, treating her with greater caution. The air in the tent was stuffy and uncomfortable. "That is because you are all oxen trying to teach a horse to run. You sisters should stick to work more befitting your nature." "Yes, you be a brilliant man, Zed," Addie scoffed. "Simply brilliant. One of these days even I may come to believe you." She tugged his sleeve, turning him from Verna's scarlet face. "And this be Warren," Addie said. Zed inclined his head toward Warren, but the boy was already falling to his knees and bowing his blond head. Wizard Zorander, this is quite an honor. He popped back up and seized Zed's hand in both of his, pumping it until Zed thought his arm might come undone at the shoulder. I'm so pleased to meet you. Richard told me all about you. I'm so pleased to meet a wizard of your standing and talent. I would be so happy to learn from you. The happier he looked, the more Verna scowled.
Well, I'm pleased to meet you too, my boy.
Zed didn't tell Warren that Richard had never mentioned him, but that was not out of disrespect or neglect. Richard had never had a chance to tell Zed a great number of very important things. Zed thought he could sense through Warren's grip that the young man was a wizard of unusual talents. A bear of a man with a curly, rust-colored beard, a white scar from his left temple to his jaw, and heavy eyebrows stepped forward. His grayish-green eyes fixed on Zed with fierce intensity, but he had a grin like a soldier on a long march who had spotted a lonely cask of ale.
General Rybish, commander of the Deharan forces here in the south,
the man said, taking Zed's hand when Warren at last surrendered it and stepped back beside Verna.
Lord Rahl's grandfather. What good fortune to see you, sir.
His grip was firm, but not painful. It got tighter.
What very good fortune.
Yes, indeed, Zed muttered. Unfortunate as the circumstances are, General Rybish.
Unfortunate?
Well, never mind for the moment, Zed said, waving off the question.
He asked another instead.
Tell me, General, have you begun to dig all the mass graves yet? Or do you intend the few who are left alive to simply abandon all the bodies?
Bodies?
Why, yes, the bodies of all your troops who are going to die.
Chapter 16. I hope you like eggs, Sister Philippa sang out as she swept into the tent, holding out a steaming plate. Zed rubbed his hands together.
Delightful!
Everyone else was still standing in stiff, stunned silence. Sister Philippa didn't seem to notice all the hanging jaws. I had the cook add some ham and a few other things he had about. She glanced down at Zed's form. I thought you could use some substance.
Marvelous!
Zed grinned as he relieved her of the plate mounded high with scrambled eggs and ham. The general began, seemingly befuddled as to how to frame his question.
Might you kindly explain what you mean by that, Wizard Zorander?
Zed will do.
Zed looked up from inhaling the intoxicating aroma of the dish.
Dead!
He drew the fork across his throat.
You know, dead. Nearly all of them. Dead.
He turned back to Sister Philippa.
This smells delightful.
He again inhaled the steam lifting from the plate of eggs.
Simply delightful. You are a woman of a kind heart and a skillful mind. To think to have the cook add such a splendid complement of ingredients. Simply delightful.
The sister beamed. The general lifted a hand.
Wizard Zorander, if I may.
Addie hushed the burly general.
You be poor competition to food. Be patient.
Zed took a forkful, humming his pleasure at the flavor he encountered. As he took a second forkful, Addie guided him to a simple bench at the side of the tent. A table in the middle held a few mugs and a lamp that lent the cozy tent not only its light, but its oily odor as well. Despite Addie's advice to be patient, everyone began talking at once, asking questions and offering objections. Zed ignored them as he shoveled in the scrambled eggs. The large chunks of ham were delicious. He waved a particular juicy piece of meat to the confounded spectators to indicate his pleasure with it. The spices, the onions, the peppers, and the warm lumps of cheese were delightful. He rolled his eyes and moaned in bliss. It was the best food he'd had in days. His traveling rations were simple and had long ago become boring. He had often grumbled that Spider ate better than he did. Spider seemed smug about it, too, which he had always found annoying. It wasn't good for a horse to be smug with you. Philippa, Verna growled, must you be so pleased about a plate of eggs? Well, the poor man is practically starving. Puzzled by Verna's scowl, she waggled her hand at Zed. Just look at him. I'm simply happy to see him enjoy his meal, and pleased I could help one of the creators gifted. Zed slowed when he all too soon approached the end of his meal, putting off the last few bites. He could have eaten another plate the same size. General Rybish, sitting on a bench on the opposite side of the small tent, had been furiously twisting a strand of beard. Now he leaned forward, his intent gaze fixed on Zed.
Wizard Zorander, I need...
Zed, remember?
Yes, Zed. The lives of these soldiers are my responsibility. Could you please tell me if you think they are in danger?
Zed spoke around a mouthful.
I already did.
But what is the nature of the danger?
The gifted. You know, magic.
The general straightened with a sober expression. His fingers dug into his muscular thighs.
The gifted.
Yes, the enemy has gifted among them. I thought you knew.
He blinked a few times as he seemed to run it through his mind again, trying to discover the nugget of invisible danger in Zed's simple statement.
Of course we know that.
Ah, then why haven't you dug some mass graves?
Verna shot to her feet. In the name of creation! What do you think we are, serving wenches? Here to bring you dinner? We are gifted sisters, here to defend the army from Jagang's captive sisters. Addie stealthily signaled Verna to sit down and keep quiet. Her voice came out like gravel in honey.
Why don't you tell us what you have found, Zed? I be sure the general and the prelate would like to hear how to improve our defenses.
Zed scraped the small yellow lumps across the plate, collecting them into a final, pitifully small forkful.
Prelate, I didn't mean to imply a deliberate inadequacy on your part. Well, you are all too good, that's all.
I beg your pardon.
Too good. You and your sisters have spent your lives trying to help people.
Well, why, of course we help people. That's our calling.
Killing is not. Jagang will be intent on killing you all.
We know that, Zed.
The general scratched his beard, his gaze darting back and forth between Verna and Zed.
The prelate and her sisters have helped us with detecting a number of enemy scouts and such. Just the same as Sister Philippa here found you when you approached our camp, they've found others intent on harm. They've done their part, Zed, and without complaint. Every soldier in this camp is glad to have them here.
All well and good, but when the army of the Imperial Order attacks, it will be different. They will use the gifted to lay waste to your forces.
They will try, Verna insisted, trying to be convincing without shouting, which she was clearly itching to do. But we are prepared to prevent such a thing. That's right, Warren said, nodding his confidence. We have gifted at the ready at all times.
That's good,
Zed drawled, as if he might be reconsidering.
Then you have dealt with the simple threats. The albino mosquitoes and such.
General Rybish's bushy eyebrows wrinkled together.
The what?
Zed waved his fork.
So tell me then, just to satisfy my curiosity, what are the gifted planning to do when the enemy charges our forces? Say, with a line of cavalry.
Lay down a line of fire before their cavalry, Warren said without hesitation. As they charge in, we'll incinerate them before they can so much as launch a spear.
Ah, Zed said. Fire.
He put the last forkful in his mouth. Everyone silently watched him chew. He paused in his chewing and looked up.
Big fire, I presume? Colossal gouts of flame and all?
What mosquitoes is he talking about? General Rybish muttered under his breath toward Verna and Warren beside him on his bench opposite Zed and Addie. That's right, Verna said, ignoring the general. He sighed and folded his arms across his barrel chest. A proper line of fire. Verna waited until Zed swallowed. Do you find something unsatisfactory about that, First Wizard? Zed shrugged.
Well...
He paused, then frowned. He leaned toward the general, peering more closely. Zed wagged a bony finger at the man's folded arms.
There's one now. A mosquito is about to suck your blood, General.
What? Oh.
He swatted it.
They've been thick this summer. I think the season for them is drawing to an end, though. We'll be happy to be rid of the little pests, I can tell you.
Zed waggled his finger again.
And were they all like that one?
General Rybish lifted his forearm and glanced down at the squashed bug.
Yes, the bloodthirsty little...
His voice trailed off. He peered more closely. With a finger and thumb, he gingerly lifted the tiny insect by a wing, holding it up to have a better look.
Well, I'll be. This thing is...
His face lost a shade of color.
White.
His grayish-green eyes turned up toward Zed.
What was that you were saying about...
Albino mosquitoes, Zed confirmed, as he set his empty plate on the ground. He gestured with a stick-like finger at the General's flat assailant.
Have you ever seen the albino fever, General? Have any of you? Terrible thing, albino fever.
What's albino fever? Warren asked. I never heard of it. I've never read anything about it either, I'm sure.
Really? Must be just a Midlands thing.
The General peered more closely at the tiny white insect he was holding up.
What does this albino fever do to a person?
Oh, your flesh turns the most ghastly white.
Zed waved his fork.
Do you know, he said, frowning in thought, as if distracted by something as he looked up at the ceiling of the tent, that I once saw a wizard lay down a simply prodigious font of flame before a line of charging cavalry?
Well, there you go, Verna said. You know its value, then. You've seen it in action.
Yes, Zed drawled. Problem was, the enemy had been prepared for such a simple-minded trick.
Simple-minded? Verna shot to her feet. I don't see how you could possibly consider...
The enemy had conjured curved shields just for such an eventuality.
Curved shields? Warren swiped back a curly lock of his blonde hair. I've never heard of such a thing. What are curved...
The wizard who laid down the fire had been expecting shields, of course, and so he made his fire resistant to such an expected defense. These shields, though, weren't conjured to stop the fire.
Zed's gaze shifted from Warren's wide eyes to Verna's scowl.
But to roll it.
Albino fever.
The General waved his bug.
If you might, could you explain...
Roll the fire? Warren asked as he leaned forward.
Yes, Zed said. Roll the fire before the cavalry charge, so that instead of a simple cavalry assault, the defenders now had deadly fire rolling back at them.
Dear Creator, Warren whispered. That's ingenious. But surely the shield would extinguish the fire. Zed twirled his fork as he spoke, as if to demonstrate the shield rolling the flames.
Conjured by their own wizard for the expected defense, the fire had been hardened against shields, so instead of fizzling, it stayed viable. That, of course, enabled the curved shield to roll the fire back without it extinguishing. And, of course, being hardened to shields, the wizard's own quickly thrown-up defensive shields couldn't stop his own fire's return.
But he could just cut it off. Warren was becoming panicked, as if seeing his own wizard's fire coming back at him. The wizard who created it could call it and cut it off.
Could he? Zed smiled. He thought so too, but he hadn't been prepared for the peculiar nature of the enemy's shield. Don't you see? He had not only rolled the fire back, but in so doing, rolled around the fire as it went, protecting it from any alteration by magic.
Of course, Warren whispered to himself.
The shield was also sprinkled with a provenance-seeking spell, so it rolled the fire back toward the wizard who conjured it. He died by his own fire, after it had seared through hundreds of his own men on its way to him.
Silence settled into the tent. Even the General, still holding out the albino mosquito, sat transfixed.
You see, Zed finally went on, tossing his fork down onto his plate, using the gift in war is not simply an act of exercising your power, but an act of using your wits.
Zed pointed.
For example, consider that albino mosquito General Rybish is holding. Under cover of darkness, just like right now, tens of thousands of them, conjured by the enemy, could be sneaking into this camp to infect your men with fever, and no one would even realize they were under attack. Then in the morning, the enemy strikes a camp of weak and sick soldiers and slaughters the lot of you.
Sister Philippa, over on the other side of Addie, swished her hand in alarm at a tiny buzzing mosquito. But the gifted we have could counter such a thing. It was more a plea than an argument.
Really? It's difficult to detect such an infinitesimal bit of magic. None of you detected these minuscule invaders, did you?
Well, no, but... Zed fixed a fierce glare on Sister Philippa.
It's night. In the night, they simply seem to be ordinary mosquitoes. Pesky, but no different from any other. Why, the General here didn't notice them. Neither did any of you gifted people. You can't detect the fever they carry either, because it, too, is such a tiny speck of magic you aren't watching for it. You're looking for something huge and powerful and fearsome. Most of the gifted sisters will be bitten in their sleep without ever knowing it happened, until they awake in the pitch blackness with the shivering chills of a frightful fever, only to discover the first truly debilitating symptom of this particular fever, blindness. You see, it isn't the blackness of night they awake to. Dawn has already broken, but blindness. Then they find that their legs won't obey their wishes. Their ears are ringing with what sounds like an endless tingling scream. The General's gaze darted about, testing his eyesight as Zed went on. He twisted a big finger in an ear as if to clean it out. By now, anyone bitten is too weak to stand. They lose control of their bodily functions and lie helpless in their own filth. They are within hours of death. But those last hours will seem like a year.
How do we counter it? On the edge of his seat, Warren licked his lips. What's the cure?
Cure? There is no cure. Now a fog is beginning to creep toward the camp. This time, the few gifted left can sense that the wide mass of seething murk is foul, with dark, suffocating magic. They warn everyone. Those too sick to stand wail in terror. They can't see, but they can hear the distant battle cries of the advancing enemy. In a panic, not to be touched by the deadly fog, anyone able to rise from their bedrolls does so. Too delirious to stand, a few manage to crawl. The rest run for their lives before the advancing fog. It's the last mistake they ever make, Zed whispered. He swept a hand out before their white faces. They run headlong into the horror of a waiting death trap.
Everyone was wide-eyed and slack-jawed by now, sitting on the edge of their benches.
So, General,
Zed said in a bright, cheery tone as he sat back,
what about those mass graves? Or are you planning on any of you left alive just abandoning the sick for dead and leaving the bodies to rot? Probably not a bad idea. There will be enough to worry about without the burdensome task of trying to care for the dying and burying all the dead, especially since the very act of touching their white flesh will contaminate the living with a completely unexpected sickness. And then...
Verna shot to her feet. But what can we do? She could plainly see the potential for chaos all around her. How can we counter such vile magic? She threw open her arms. What do we need to do? Zed shrugged.
I thought you and your sisters had it all figured out. I thought you knew what you were doing.
He waggled his hand over his shoulder, gesturing off to the south toward the enemy.
I thought you said you had the situation well in hand.
Verna silently sank back down to the bench beside Warren.
Zed.
General Rybish swallowed in distress. He held out the mosquito.
Zed, I think I'm starting to feel dizzy. Isn't there anything you can do?
About what?
The fever. I think my vision is getting dimmer. Can you do nothing?
No, nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing because there's nothing wrong with you. I just conjured a few albino mosquitoes to make a point. The point is that what I saw when I came into this camp scared the wits out of me. If the gifted among the enemy are at all diabolical, and with Jagang we have ample reason to believe they are, then this army is ill-prepared for the true nature of the threat.
Sister Philippa haltingly lifted a hand like a schoolgirl with a question. But, with all the gifted among us, surely we would know or something.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. The way things are now, you won't know. It's the things you never heard of, haven't seen before, don't expect, and can't even imagine that are going to be coming for you. The enemy will use conventional magic, to be sure, and that will be trouble enough. But it's the albino mosquitoes you must fear.
As you said, though, you only conjured them to make a point, Warren said.
Maybe the enemy isn't as smart as you and won't think of such things.
The Order did not take over all of the old world by being stupid, but by being ruthless.
Zed's brow drew lower. He lifted a finger skyward to mark his words.
Besides, they have already thought of just such things. This past spring, one of the sisters in the hands of the enemy used magic to unleash a deadly plague that could not be detected by anyone with the gift. Tens of thousands of people, from newborn infants to the old, suffered gruesome deaths.
Those sisters in the hands of the enemy were a grave and ever-present danger. Anne had gone off alone on a mission to either rescue those sisters or eliminate them. From what Zed had seen when he had been down in Anderith, Anne had failed in her mission. He didn't know what had become of her, but he knew that Jagang still held sisters captive.
But we stopped the plague, Warren said.
Richard stopped it, as only he could.
Zed held the gaze of the young wizard.
Did you know that in order to save us from that grim fate, he had to venture to the Temple of the Winds, hidden away beyond the Veil of Life in the underworld itself? Neither you nor I can imagine the toll such an experience must have taken on him. I saw a shadow of the specter in his eyes when he spoke of it. I can't even hazard a guess as to how trifling a chance at success he had when he started on so hopeless a journey. Had he not prevailed against all odds, we would all be dead by now from an unseen death brought on by magic we could not detect and could not counter. I'd not want to again count on such an auspicious deliverance.
No one could disagree with him. They nodded slightly or looked away. The tent had become a gloomy place. Verna rubbed her fingers across her brow.
Pride is of no use to the dead.
I admit it. Those gifted among us have little knowledge of what we're doing when it comes to using our gift in warfare. We know some things about fighting, perhaps even a great many things, but I admit we could be woefully lacking in the depth of knowledge needed. Think us fools, if you will, but don't ever think us at odds with you, Zed. We are all here on the same side. Her brown eyes betrayed nothing but simple sincerity. We not only could use your help, we would gratefully welcome it.
Of course he will help us,
Addie scoffed, while giving Zed a scolding frown.
Well, you have a good start. Admitting that you don't know something is the first step to learning.
Zed scratched his chin.
Every day I amaze myself with all I don't know.
That would be wonderful, Warren said. If you would help us, I mean. He sounded hesitant, but forged ahead anyway. I would really like to have the benefit of a real wizard's experience. Despondent with the weight of his other troubles, Zed shook his head.
I would like to. And to be sure, I will give you all some advice in the task at hand. However, I've been on a long and frustrating journey, and I'm afraid I'm not yet finished with it. I can't stay. I must soon be off again.
Chapter 17. Warren swiped back his curly blonde hair.
What sort of journey have you been on, Zed?
Zed pointed a bony finger.
You don't need to keep that flattened mosquito, General.
General Rybish realized it was still between his finger and thumb. He tossed it away. Everyone awaited Zed's words. He smoothed the heavy maroon robes over his twig-like thighs as his gaze absently studied the dirt floor. He let out a crestfallen sigh.
I was recovering from my own auspicious deliverance from grappling with remarkable magic I'd never before encountered. And as I regained my senses, spent months searching. I was down in Anderith, and saw some of what happened after the Order swept in there. It was a dark time for the people, not only from the rampaging soldiers, but also from one of your sisters, Verna. Death's mistress, they called her.
Do you know which one it is? Verna asked in a bitter voice at hearing of a sister causing harm.
No, I only saw her once from a goodly distance. Had I been fully recovered, I might have tried to remedy the situation. But I wasn't myself yet and dared not confront her. She also had a few thousand soldiers with her. The sight of all the soldiers, led by a woman they had heard of and feared, had people in a panic. The sister was young, with blonde hair. She wore a black dress.
"Dear Creator," Verna whispered, "not one of mine, one of the keepers. There are few women born with the strength of power such as she has. She also has power acquired by nefarious means. Nicci is a sister of the dark."
"I've gotten the reports," General Rybish said. By his grim tone, Zed knew the reports must have had it right. "I've heard, too, that it's quieted considerably."
Zed nodded.
The Order was at first brutal, but now Jagang the Just, as they have taken to calling him, has spared them further harm. In most places, other than the capital Fairfield, where the most killing took place, people have turned to supporting him as a liberator, come to deliver them into a better life. They're reporting neighbors or travelers, whoever they suspect is not an adherent to the noble ideals of the Order. I was all through Andereth, and spent a good deal of time behind the enemy lines, searching without success. I then journeyed up into the wilds and north to a number of towns and even a few cities, but I can find no sign of them. I guess my abilities were a long time in recovering. I only a short time ago discovered where you all were. I have to commend you, General. You've kept the presence of your forces well hidden. Took me forever to find your army. The boy, though, seems to have vanished without a trace. Zed's fist tightened in his lap. I must find him. You mean Richard? Addie asked. You'll be searching for your grandson? Yes, for Richard and Kahlan both. Zed lifted his hands in a helpless gesture. However, without any success, I must admit. I've talked to no one who has seen even a sign of them. I've used every skill I possess, but to no avail. If I didn't know better, I'd say they no longer existed.
Looks passed among everyone else. Zed peered from one surprised face to another. For the first time in months, Zed's hopes rose.
What? What is it? You know something?
Verna gestured under the bench. Show him, General. At her urging, the General lifted out a map roll. He pulled it wide in his calloused hands and laid it on the ground at his feet. The map was turned around so Zed could read it. General Rybish tapped the mountains to the west of Heartland.
"Right here, Zed."
Right there, what?
"Richard and Kahlan," Verna said. Zed gaped at her face, and then down at the map. General Rybish's finger hovered over a wild range of peaks. Zed knew those mountains. They were an inhospitable place.
There? Dear spirits, why would Richard and Kahlan be all the way up there in such a forbidding place? What are they doing there? Kahlan be hurt, Addie said in a consoling tone. Hurt? She was at the brink of passing into the spirit world. From what we be told, maybe she saw the world on the other side of the veil. Addie pointed to the map. Richard took her there to recover. But why would he do that? With a hand, Zed flattened his wavy white hair to the top of his head. His thoughts spun in a confusing jumble while he tried to take it all in at once. She could be healed. No, she be spelled. If magic be used to try to heal her, a vile hidden spell would be unleashed and she would die. Understanding washed over him. Dear spirits, I'm thankful the boy knew it in time. Before the horror of memories of the screams could come roaring to the fore of his thoughts, Zed slammed a mental door on them. He swallowed with the pain of those that slipped through. But still, why would he go there? He's needed here. He certainly is, Verna snapped. By her tone, it was a sore subject. He can't come here, Warren said. When Zed only stared at him, he explained further. We don't understand it all, but we believe Richard is following a prophecy of some sort. Prophecy? Zed dismissed it with a wave. Richard doesn't take to riddles. He hates them and won't pay heed to them. There are times when I wish he would, but he won't. Well, this one he's paying heed to. Warren pressed his lips tight for a moment. It's his own. His own what?
Warren cleared his throat. Prophecy. Zed jumped to his feet.
What? Richard? Nonsense!
He's a war wizard, Verna said with quiet authority. Zed passed a scowl among all the suddenly circumspect expressions. He made a sour face and with a flourish of his robes returned to his seat beside Addie.
What is this prophecy?
Warren twisted a little knot of his violet robes. He didn't say exactly.
Here,
General Rybish pulled some folded papers from a pocket.
he wrote me letters. We've all read them.
Zed stood and snatched the letters from the general's big fist. He went to the table and smoothed out the pages. As everyone else sat silently watching, Zed leaned over the table and read Richard's words lying before him. With great authority, Richard paradoxically turned away from authority. He said that after much reflection, he had come to an understanding that arrived with the power of a vision, and he knew then beyond doubt that his help would only bring about certain catastrophe. In letters that followed, Richard said he and Kahlan were safe, and she was slowly recovering. Kara was with them. In response to letters General Rybish and others had written, Richard remained steadfast in his stand. He warned them that the cause of freedom would be forever lost if he failed to remain on his true path. He said that whatever decisions General Rybish and the rest of them made, he would not contradict or criticize. He told them that his heart was with them, but they were on their own for the foreseeable future. He said, possibly forever. His letters basically gave no real information, other than alluding to his understanding or vision, and making it clear that they could expect no guidance from him. Nonetheless, Zed could read some of what the words didn't say. Zed stared at the letters long after he had finished reading them. The flame of the lamp wavered slowly from side to side, occasionally fluttering and sending up a coiled thread of oily smoke. He could hear muffled voices outside the tent as soldiers on patrol quietly passed along information. Inside, everyone remained silent. They had all read the letters. Verna's expression was tight with anxiety. She could hold her tongue no longer. "Will you go see him, Zed? Convince him to return to the struggle?" Zed lightly trailed his fingers over the words on paper.
I can't. This is one time I can be of no help to him.
"But he's our leader in this struggle." The soft lamplight illuminated the feminine grace of her slender fingers as she pressed them to her brow in vain solace. Her hand fell back to her lap. "Without him—" Zed didn't answer her. He could not imagine what Anne's reaction to such a development would be. For centuries she had combed through prophecies in anticipation of the war wizard who would be born to lead them in this battle for the very existence of magic. Richard was that war wizard, born to the battle he had suddenly abandoned.
What do you think be the problem?
Addie asked in her quiet, raspy voice. Zed looked back to the letters one last time. He pulled his gaze from the words and straightened. All eyes around the dimly lit tent were on him, as if hoping he could somehow rescue them from a fate they couldn't comprehend, but instinctively dreaded.
This is a time of trial to the depth of Richard's soul.
Zed slipped his hands up opposite sleeves until the silver brocade at the cuffs met.
A passage of sorts, thrust upon him because of his comprehension of something only he sees.
Warren cleared his throat. What sort of trial, Zed? Can you tell us? Zed gestured vaguely as memories of terrible times flashed through his mind.
A struggle. A reconciliation.
What sort of reconciliation? Warren pressed. Zed gazed into the young man's blue eyes, wishing he wouldn't ask so many questions.
What is the purpose of your gift?
Its purpose? Well, I guess well, it just is. The gift is simply an ability. It is to help others, Verna stated flatly. She clutched her light blue cloak more tightly around her shoulders, as if it were armor to defend her from whatever Zed might throw at her in answer.
Ah, then what are you doing here?
The question caught her by surprise. Here?
Yes.
Zed waved his arm, indicating a vague, distant place.
If the gift is to help others, then why are you not out there doing it? There are sick needing to be healed, ignorant needing to be taught, and the hungry needing to be fed. Why are you just sitting there, healthy, smart, and well-fed?
Verna rearranged her cloak as she squared her shoulders into a posture of firm resolve. In battle, if you abandon the gates to help a fallen comrade, you have given in to a weakness. Your inability to steel yourself to an immediate suffering in order to prevent suffering on a much greater scale. If I run off to help the few people I could in that manner, I must leave my post here with this army, as they try to keep the enemy from storming the gateway into the New World. Zed's estimation of the woman rose a little. She had come tantalizingly close to expressing the essence of a vital truth. He offered her a small smile of respect as he nodded. She looked more surprised by that than she had by his question.
I can certainly see why the Sisters of the Light are widely regarded as proper servants of need.
Zed stroked his chin.
So then it is your conviction that we with the ability, the gift, are born into the world to be slaves to those with needs?
Well, no. But if there is a great need,
then we are more tightly bound in the chains of slavery to those with every greater need,
Zed finished for her.
Thus anyone with a need, by right, to your mind, becomes our master? Indentured servant to one cause, or to any greater cause that might come along, but chattel all the same, yes?
This time Verna chose not to dance with him over what she apparently regarded as a patch of quicksand. It didn't prevent her from glaring at him, though. Zed held that there could be only one philosophically valid answer to the question. If Verna knew it, she didn't offer it.
Richard has apparently come to a place where he must critically examine his alternatives and determine the proper course of his life, Zed explained. Perhaps circumstances have caused him to question the proper use of his abilities, and in view of his values, his true purpose.
Verna opened her hands in a helpless gesture. I don't see how he could have any higher purpose than to be here, helping the army against the threat to the New World, the threat to the lives of free people. Zed sank back down onto the bench.
You do not see, and I do not see, but Richard sees something.
That doesn't mean he's right, Warren said. Zed studied the young man's face for a moment. Warren had fresh features, but also a knowing look in his eyes that betrayed something beyond mere youth. Zed wondered how old Warren was.
No, it does not mean Richard is right. He may be making a heroic mistake that destroys our chance to survive. Kahlan thinks maybe it be a mistake, Addie finally put in, as if regretting having to tell him. She wrote a note to me, I believe without Richard's knowledge, seeing as Kara wrote down Kahlan's words for her, and gave it to the messenger. Kahlan says that she fears Richard be doing this in part because of what happened to her. The Mother Confessor also confided that she be afraid Richard has lost his faith in people, and because of his rejection by the people of Anderith, Richard may view himself as a fallen leader. Bah!
Zed waved his hand dismissively.
A leader cannot follow behind people, tail between his legs, sniffing for their momentary whims and wishes, whining to follow them this way and that as they ramble through life. Those kind of people are not looking for a leader. They are looking for a master, and one will find them. A true leader forges a clear path through a moral wilderness so that people might see the way. Richard was a woods guide because such is his nature. Perhaps he is lost in that dark wood. If he is, he must find his way out. And it must be a correctly reasoned course if he is to be the true leader of a free people.
Everyone silently considered the implications. The general was a man who followed the Lord Rahl and simply awaited his orders. The sisters had their own ideas. Zed and Addie knew the way ahead was not what it might seem to some. That's what Richard did for me, Warren said in a soft voice, staring off into memories of his own. He showed me the way, made me want to follow him up out of the vaults.
I had become comfortable down there, content with my books and my fate, but I was a prisoner of that darkness, living my life through the struggles and accomplishments of others. I never could understand precisely how he inspired me to want to follow him up and out. Warren looked up into Zed's eyes. Maybe he needs that same kind of help himself. Can you help him, Zed?
He has entered a dark time for any man, and especially for a wizard. He must come out the other side of this on his own. If I take him by the hand and lead him through, so to speak, I might take him a way he would not have selected on his own, and then he would forever be crippled by what I had chosen for him. But worse yet, what if he's right? If I unwittingly forced him to another course, it could doom us all and result in a world enslaved by the Imperial Order.
Zed shook his head.
No. This much I know. Richard must be left alone to do as he must. If he truly is the one to lead us in this battle for the future of magic and of mankind, then this can only be part of his journey as it must be traveled.
Almost everyone nodded, if reluctantly, at Zed's words. Warren didn't nod. He picked at the fabric of his violet robes. There's one thing we haven't considered. As everyone waited, his blue eyes turned up to meet Zed's gaze. In those eyes, Zed saw an uncommon wisdom that told him that this was a young man who could gaze into the depths of things when most people saw only the sparkles on the surface. It could be, Warren said, in a quiet but unflinching voice, that Richard, being gifted, and being a war wizard, has been visited by a legitimate prophecy. War wizards are different from the rest of us. Their ability is not narrowly specific, but broad. Prophecy is, at least theoretically, within his purview. Moreover, Richard has subtractive magic as well as additive. No wizard born in the last 3,000 years has had both sides. While we can perhaps imagine, we could not possibly begin to understand his potential, though the prophecies have alluded to it. It could very well be that Richard has had a valid prophecy that he clearly understands. If so, then he may be doing precisely what must be done. It could even be that he clearly understands the prophecy, and it is so gruesome he is doing us the only kindness he can by not telling us. Verna covered his hand with hers. You don't really believe that, do you, Warren? Zed noticed that Verna put a lot of stock in what Warren said. Anne had told Zed that Warren was only beginning to exhibit his gift of prophecy. Such wizards, prophets, were so rare that they came along only once or twice a millennium. The potential importance of such a wizard was incalculable. Zed didn't know how far along that path Warren really was yet. Warren probably didn't either. Prophecy can be a terrible burden. Warren smoothed his robes along his thigh. Perhaps Richard's prophecy told him that if he is to ever have a chance to oversee victory, he must not die with the rest of us in our struggle against the army of the Imperial Order. General Rybish, silent about such wizardly things, had nevertheless been listening and watching intently. Sister Philippa's thumb twiddled a button on her dress. Even with Verna's comforting hand on his, Warren at that moment looked nothing but forlorn.
Warren,
Zed waited until their eyes met.
we all at times envision the most fearful turn of events, simply because it's the most frightening thing we can imagine. Don't invest your thoughts primarily in that which is not the most likely reason for Richard's actions, simply because it is the reason you fear most. I believe Richard is struggling to understand his place in all this. Remember, he grew up as a woods guide. He has to come to terms not only with his ability, but with the weight of rule.
Yes, but Zed lifted a finger for emphasis.
The truth of a situation most often turns out to be that one with the simplest explanation.
The gloom on Warren's face finally melted away under the dawning radiance of a luminous smile. I'd forgotten that ancient bit of wisdom. Thank you, Zed. General Rybish, combing his curly beard with his fingers, pulled the hand free and made a fist.
Besides, the Harans will not be so easily bested. We have more forces to call upon, and we have allies here in the Midlands who will come to aid in the fight. We have all heard the reports of the size of the Order, but they are just men, not evil spirits. They have gifted, but so do we. They have yet to come face to face with the might of the Haran soldiers.
Warren picked up a small rock, not quite the size of his fist, and held it in his palm as he spoke. I mean no disrespect, General, and I do not mean to dissuade you from our just cause, but the subject of the Order has been a pastime of mine. I've studied them for years. I'm also from the Old World.
Fair enough. So what is it you have to tell us?
Well, say that the tabletop is the Old World, the area from which Jagang draws his troops. Now, there are places, to be sure, where there are few people spread over vast areas, but there are many places with great populations, too.
It's much the same in the New World, the General said. Dahara has populous places and desolate areas.
Warren shook his head. He passed his hand over the tabletop. Say this is the Old World, the whole of this table. He held up the rock to show the General, and then placed it on the edge of the tabletop. This is the New World. This is its size, this rock, compared to the Old World.
But that doesn't include Dahara, General Rybish sputtered. Surely with Dahara...
Dahara is included in the rock. I'm afraid Warren is right, Verna said. Sister Philippa, too, nodded grim acknowledgement. Perhaps, she said, looking down at her hands folded in her lap, perhaps Warren is right, and Richard has seen a vision of our defeat, and knows he must remain out of it, or be lost with all the rest of us.
I don't think that's it at all, Zed offered in a gentle voice. I know Richard. If Richard thought we would lose, he would say so in order to give people a chance to weigh that in their decisions.
The General cleared his throat.
Well, actually, one of the letters is missing from that stack. It was the first, where Lord Rahl told me about his vision. In it, Lord Rahl did say that we had no chance to win.
Zed felt the blood drain down into his legs. He tried to keep his manner unconcerned.
Oh? Where is the letter?
The General gave Verna a sidelong glance. Well, actually, Verna said, when I read it, I was angered and she balled it up and threw it in the fire, Warren finished for her. Verna's face turned red, but she offered no defense. Zed could understand the sentiment, but he would have liked to have read it with his own eyes. He forced a smile.
Were those his actual words? That we had no chance to win?
Zed asked, trying not to sound alarmed. He could feel sweat running down the back of his neck.
No, General Rybish said as he shifted his shoulders inside his uniform while giving the question careful thought. No, Lord Rahl's words were that we must not commit our forces to an attack directly against the army of the Imperial Order, or our side will be destroyed, and any chance for winning in the future will be forever lost.
The feeling began to return to Zed's fingers. He wiped a bead of sweat from the side of his forehead. He was able to draw an easier breath.
Well, that only makes sense. If they are as large a force as Warren says, then any direct attack would be foolhardy.
It did make sense. Zed wondered, though, why Richard would make such a point of it to a man of General Rybish's experience. Perhaps Richard was only being cautious. There was nothing wrong with being cautious. Addie slipped her hand under Zed's and cuddled her loose fist under his palm.
If you believe you must let Richard be in this, then you will stay? Help teach the gifted here what they must know?
Every face was etched with concern as they watched him, hanging on what he might decide. The General idly stroked a finger down the white scar on the side of his face. Sister Philippa knitted her fingers together. Verna and Warren entwined theirs. Zed smiled and hugged Addie's shoulders.
Of course I'm not going to abandon you.
The three on the bench opposite them each let out a little sigh, their posture relaxed, as if ropes around their necks had been slackened. Zed passed a hard look among them all.
War is a nasty business. It's about killing people before they can kill you. Magic in war is simply another weapon, if a frightening one. You must realize that it too in this must be used for the end result of killing people.
What do we need to do? Verna asked, clearly relieved that he had agreed to stay, but not to the obvious extent of General Rybish, Warren, or Sister Philippa. Zed pulled some of his robes from each side of his legs over into the middle between them, as he gave the question some thought. It was not the sort of lesson he relished.
Tomorrow morning we will begin. There is much to learn about countering magic in warfare. I will teach all the gifted some things about the awful business of using what you always hoped to use for good for harm instead. The lessons are not pleasing to endure, but then neither is the alternative.
The thought of such lessons, and worse, the use of such knowledge, could not be pleasant for any of them to contemplate. Addie, who knew a little bit about the horrific nature of such struggle, rubbed his back in sympathy. His heavy robes stuck to his skin. He wished he had his simple wizard's robes back. We will all do as we must to protect our own people from falling to the monstrous magic of the Imperial Order, Verna said. You have my word as prelate. Zed nodded.
Tomorrow, then, we begin.
I fear to think of magic added to warfare,
General Rybish said as he stood. Zed shrugged.
To tell the truth, the ultimate object of magic in warfare is to counter the enemy's magic. If we do our job properly, we will bring balance to this. That would mean that all magic would be nullified, and the soldiers would then be able to fight without magic swaying the battle. You will be able to be the steel against steel, while we are the magic against magic.
You mean your magic won't be of direct help to us? Zed shrugged.
We will try to use magic to visit harm on them in any way we can. But when we try to use magic as a weapon, the enemy will try to counter ours. Any attempt to use their power against us, we will try to counter. The result of magic in warfare, if properly and expertly done, is that it seems as if magic did not exist at all. If we fail to rise to the challenge, then the power they throw at us will be truly horrific to witness. If we can best them, then you will see such destruction of their forces as you can't imagine. But in my experience, magic has a way of balancing so that you rarely see such events.
A deadlock, then, is our goal? Sister Philippa asked. Zed turned his palms up, moving his hands up and down in opposition, as if they were scales holding great weight.
The gifted on both sides will be working harder than they have ever worked before. I can tell you that it's exhausting. The result, except with small shifts in the advantage, is that it will seem as if we were all doing nothing to earn our dinner.
Zed let his hands drop.
It will be punctuated with brief moments of sheer horror and true panic, when it seems beyond doubt that the world itself is about to end in one final fit of sheer madness.
General Rybish grinned in an odd, gentle, knowing way. Let me tell you, war, when you're holding a sword, looks about the same way. He held up a hand in mock defense. But I'd rather that, I guess, than have to swing my sword at every magic mosquito that came along. I'm a man of steel against steel. We have Lord Rahl to be the magic against magic. I'm relieved we have Lord Rahl's grandfather, the first wizard, to aid us too. Thank you, Zed. Anything you need is yours. Just ask. Verna and Warren added silent nods as the general stepped to the entrance of the tent. When Zed spoke, General Rybish turned back, gripping the flap in one hand.
You're still sending messengers to Richard?
The general confirmed that they were. Captain Myford was up there too. He might be able to tell you more about Lord Rahl.
Have all of the messengers returned safely?
Most of them. He rubbed his bearded chin. We've lost 2 so far. One messenger was found by chance at the bottom of a rock slide. Another never returned, but his body wasn't found, which wouldn't be unusual. It's a long and difficult journey. There are any number of hazards on such a journey. We have to expect we might lose a few men.
I'd like you to stop sending men up there to Richard.
But Lord Rahl needs to be kept informed.
What if the enemy should capture one of those messengers and find out where Richard is? If you have no scruples, most any man can eventually be made to talk. The risk is not worth it."
The general rubbed his palm on the hilt of his sword as he considered Zed's words.
The Order is far to the south of us, way down in Anderith. We control all the land between here and the mountains where Lord Rahl is staying.
He shook his head in resignation at Zed's unflinching gaze.
But if you think it's a concern, I'll not send another.
Won't Lord Rahl wonder, though, what's going on with us?
What's going on with us is not really relevant to him right now. He is doing as he must do, and he can't allow our situation to influence him. He has told you already that he won't be able to give you any orders, that he must stay out of it.
Zed tugged his sleeves straight and sighed as he thought about it.
Perhaps when the summer is over, before the full grip of winter descends and they're snowed in way up there, I'll go and see how they fare.
General Rybish gave a departing smile.
If you could talk to Lord Rahl, it would be a relief for us all, Zed. He would trust your word. Good night, then.
The man had just betrayed his true feelings. No one in the tent really trusted what Richard was doing, except perhaps Zed, and Zed had his doubts too. Kahlan had said that she believed Richard viewed himself as a fallen leader. These people who claimed not to understand how he could believe such a thing, at the same time didn't trust his actions. Richard was all alone, with only the strength of his beliefs to support him. After the general had gone, Warren leaned forward eagerly. "Zed, I could go with you to see Richard. We could get him to tell us everything, and we could then determine if it really is a prophecy, or, as he says, just an understanding he's come to. If it's not really a prophecy, we might be able to make him see things differently. More important, we could begin teaching him, or you could anyway, about his gift, about using magic. He needs to know how to use his ability." As Zed paced, Verna let out a little grunt to express her misgivings about Warren's suggestion. "I tried to teach Richard to touch his Han. A number of sisters attempted to. No one was able to make any progress. But Zed believes a wizard is the one to do it. Isn't that right, Zed?" Zed halted his pacing and regarded them both a moment as he considered how to put his thoughts into words.
Well, as I said before, teaching a wizard is not really the work for sorceresses, but another wizard.
"With Richard, I don't think you would have any better luck than we did," Verna railed. Warren didn't give ground, but Zed believes... Zed cleared his throat, bidding silence.
"You're right, my boy. It is the job of a wizard to teach another wizard born with the gift."
Verna rose an angry finger to object, but Zed went on.
"In this case, however, I believe Verna is right."
"She is?" Warren asked. "I am?" Verna asked. Zed waved in a mollifying gesture.
"Yes, I believe so, Verna. I think the sisters can do some teaching. After all, look at Warren here. The sisters have managed to teach him something about using his gift, even if it was at the cost of time. You've taught others, if in a limited way to my view of it, but you couldn't manage to teach Richard the most simple of things. Is that correct?"
Verna's mouth twisted with displeasure. "None of us could teach him the simple task of sensing his own Han. I sat with him hours at a time and tried to guide him through it." She folded her arms and looked away from his intent gaze. "It just didn't work the way it should have." Page 140. Warren touched a finger to his chin while he frowned, as if recalling something. "You know, Nathan said something to me once. I told him that I wanted to learn from him, that I wanted him to teach me about being a prophet. Nathan said that a prophet could not be made, but that they were born. I realized then that everything I knew and understood about prophecy, really understood about it, in a whole new way, I had learned on my own and not from anyone else. Could this, with Richard, be something like that? Is that your point, Zed?"
"It is."
Zed sat down once more on the hard wooden bench beside Addie.
"I would love, not only as his grandfather, but as first wizard, to teach Richard what he needs to know about using his ability, but I'm coming to doubt that such a thing is possible. Richard is different from any other wizard in more ways than just his having the gift for subtractive magic, in addition to the usual additive."
But still, Sister Philippa said, you are first wizard. Surely you would be able to teach him a great deal. Zed pulled a fold of his heavy robes from between his bony bottom and the hard bench as he considered how to explain it. Richard has done things even I don't understand. Without my training, he has accomplished more than I can even fathom. On his own, Richard reached the Temple of the Winds in the underworld, accomplished the task of stopping a plague, and returned from beyond the veil to the world of life. Can any of you even grasp such a thing? Especially for an untrained wizard. He banished the chimes from the world of the living. How? I have no idea. He has worked magic I've never heard of, much less seen or understand. I'm afraid my knowledge could be more of an interference than an aid. Part of Richard's ability and advantage is the way he views the world, through not just fresh eyes, but the eyes of a seeker of truth. He doesn't know something is impossible, so he tries to accomplish it. I fear to tell him how to do things, how to use his magic, because such teaching also might suggest to him limits of his powers, thus creating them in reality. What could I teach a war wizard? I know nothing about the subtractive side of magic, much less the gift of such power. Lacking another war wizard with subtractive magic, are you suggesting it would maybe take a Sister of the Dark to teach him? Warren asked. Well, Zed mused, that might be a thought. He let out a tired sigh as he turned more serious. I have come to realize that it would not only be useless to try to teach Richard to use his ability, but it may even be dangerous to the world. I would like to see him and offer my encouragement, experience, and understanding, but help? Zed shook his head. I don't dare. No one offered any objection. Werner, for one, had first-hand experience that very likely confirmed the truth of his words. The rest of them probably knew Richard well enough to understand much the same. May I help you find a spare tent, Zed? Werner finally asked. You look like you could use some rest. In the morning, after you get a good night's rest, and we all think this over, we can talk more. Warren, who had just been about to ask another question before Werner spoke first, looked disappointed, but nodded in agreement. Zed stretched his legs out straight as he yawned. That would be best. The thought of the job ahead was daunting. He ached to see Richard to help him, especially after searching for him for so long. Sometimes it was hard to leave people alone when that was what they most needed. That would be best, he repeated. I am tired. Summer be slipping away from us. The nights be turning chilly, Addie said as she pressed against Zed's side. She looked up at him with her white eyes that in the lamplight had a soft amber cast. Stay with me and warm my bones, old man. Zed smiled as he embraced her. It was as much of a comfort to be with her again as he had expected. In fact, at that moment, if she had given him another hat with a feather, he would have donned it and with a smile. Worry, though, ached through his bones like an approaching storm. Zed, Verna said, seeming to notice in his eyes the weight of his thoughts. Richard is a war wizard, who, as you say, has in the past proven his remarkable ability. He's a very resourceful young man. Besides that, he is none other than the Seeker himself and has the Sword of Truth with him for protection. A sword that I can testify he knows how to use. Kahlan is a confessor, the Mother Confessor, and is experienced in the use of her power. They have a Mord Sith with them. Mord Sith take no chances. I know, Zed whispered, staring off into a nightmare swirl of thoughts. But I still fear greatly for them. What is it that worries you so? Warren asked. Albino mosquitoes. Chapter 18. Panting in exhaustion, Kahlan had to dance backward through the snarl of hobblebush, stitched through with thorny blackberry, to dodge the swing of the sword. The tip whistled past, missing her ribs by an inch. In her mad dash to escape, she ignored the snag and tug of thorns on her pants. She could feel her heartbeat galloping at the base of her skull. As he relentlessly pressed his attack, forcing her back over a low rise of ledge and through the swale beyond, mounds of fallen leaves, kicked aloft by his boots, boiled up into the late afternoon air like colorful thunderheads.
The bright yellow, lustrous orange, and vivid red leaves rained down over rocky outcrops, swaddled in prickly whorls of juniper. It was like doing battle amid a fallen rainbow. Richard lunged at her again. Kahlan gasped, but blocked his sword. He pressed his grim attack with implacable determination. She gave ground, stepping high as she did so in order to avoid tripping over the snare of roots around a huge white spruce. Losing her footing would be fatal. If she fell, Richard would stab her in an instant. She glanced left. There loomed a tall prominence of sheer rock, draped with long trailers of woolly moss. To the other side, the brink of a ridge ran back to eventually meet that rock wall. Once the level ground tapered down to that dead end, the only option was going to be to climb straight up or straight down. She deflected a quick thrust of his sword, and he warded hers. In a burst of fury, she pressed a fierce assault, forcing him back a dozen steps. He effortlessly parried her strikes, and then returned her attack in kind. What she had gained was quickly lost twice over. She was once again desperately defending herself and trading ground for her life. On a low dead branch of a balsam fir not 10 feet away, a small red squirrel, with his winter ear tufts already grown in, plucked a leathery brown rosette of lichen growing on the bark. With his white belly gloriously displayed, he sat on his haunches at the end of the broken-off deadwood, his bushy tail raised up, holding the crinkled piece of lichen in his tiny paws, eating round and round the edges like some spectator at a tournament eating a fried bread cake while he watched the combatants clash. Kahlan gulped air as her eyes darted around, looking for clear footing among the imposing trunks of the highland wood, while at the same time watching for an opportunity that might save her. If she could somehow get around Richard, around the menace of his sword, she might be able to gain a clear escape route. He would run her down, but it would buy her time. She dodged a quick thrust of his sword and ducked around a maple sapling into a bed of brown and yellow bracken ferns dappled by glowing sunlight. Richard, driving forward in a sudden mad rush to end it, lifted his sword to hack her. It was her opening, her only chance. In a blink, Kahlan reversed her retreat and sprang ahead a step, ducking under his arm. She drove her sword straight into his soft middle. Richard covered the wound with both hands. He teetered a moment and then crumpled into the bed of ferns, sprawling flat on his back. Leaves lying lightly atop taller ferns were lifted by the disturbance. They somersaulted up into the air, finally drifting down to brightly decorate his body. The fierce red of the maple leaves was so vibrant it would have made blood look brown by comparison. Kahlan stood over Richard, gasping to catch her breath. She was spent. She dropped to her knees and then threw herself across his supine body. All around them fern fronds the color of caramel candy were curled into little fists, as if in defiance of having to die with the season. The sprinkling of lighter, yellowish, hay-scented ferns lent a clean, sweet scent to the afternoon air. There were few things that could equal the fragrance of the woods in late autumn. In a spectacular bit of chance, a tall maple nearby, sheltered as it was by a protective corner in the rock wall, was not yet denuded, but displayed a white spread of leaves so orange they looked tangy against the powder blue sky above. "Kara!" Putting her left hand to Richard's chest, Kahlan pushed herself up on one arm to call out, "Kara! I killed Richard!" Kara, not far off, laying on her belly at the edge of the ridge as she watched out beyond, said nothing. "I killed him, did you hear? Kara, did you see?" "Yes," she muttered, "I heard. You killed Lord Rahl." "No, you didn't," Richard said, still catching his breath. She whacked him across the shoulder with her willow switch sword. "Yes, I did. I killed you this time, killed you dead." "You only grazed me." He pressed the point of his willow switch to her side. "You've fallen into my trap. I have you at the point of my sword now. Surrender or die, woman." "Never," she said, still gasping for breath as she laughed. "I'd rather die than be captured by the likes of you, you rogue." She stabbed him repeatedly in his ribs with her willow practice sword as he giggled and rolled from side to side. "Kara, did you see? I killed him this time. I finally got him." "Yes, all right," Kara grouched as she intently watched out beyond the ridge. "You killed Lord Rahl. Good for you." She glanced back over her shoulder. "This one is mine, right, Lord Rahl? You promised this one was mine." Yes, Richard said, still catching his breath. This one goes for yours, Kara. Good. Kara smiled in satisfaction. It's a big one. Richard smirked up at Kahlan. I let you kill me, you know. No, you didn't. I won. I got you this time. She whacked him again with her willow sword. She paused and frowned. I thought you said you weren't dead. You said it was only a scratch. Ha! You admitted I got you this time. Richard chuckled. I let you... Kahlan kissed him to shut him up. Kara saw and rolled her eyes. When Kara looked back over the ridge, she suddenly sprang up. They just left. Come on before something gets it. Kara, nothing is going to get it, Richard said. Not this quickly. Come on, you promised this one was mine. I don't want to have gone through all this for nothing. Come on. All right, Richard said as Kahlan climbed off him. We're coming. He held his hand out for Kahlan to help him up. She stabbed him in the ribs instead. Got you again, Lord Rahl. You're getting sloppy. Richard only smiled as Kahlan finally offered her hand. When he was up, he hugged her in a quick gesture, and before turning to follow after Kara, said, Good job, Mother Confessor. Good job. You killed me dead. I'm proud of you. Kahlan endeavored to show him a sedate smile, but she feared it came out as a giddy grin. Richard scooped up his pack and hefted it onto his back. Without delay, he started the descent down the steep, broken face of the mountain. Kahlan threw her long wolf's fur mantle around her shoulders and followed him through the deep shade of sheltering spruce at the edge of the ridge, stepping on the exposed ledge rather than the low places. Be careful, Richard called out to Kara, already a good distance ahead of them. With all the leaves covering the ground, you can't see holes or gaps in the rock. I know, she grumbled. How many times do you think I need to hear it? Richard constantly watched out for them both. He had taught them how to walk in such terrain and what to be careful of. From the beginning, marching through the forests and mountains, Kahlan noted that Richard moved with quiet fluidity, while Kara traipsed along, bounding up onto and off of rocks and ledges, almost like an exuberant youngster. Since Kara had spent most of her life indoors, she didn't know that it made a difference how you walked in such terrain. Richard had patiently explained to her, pick where to put your feet in order to make your steps comparatively level. Don't step down to a lower spot if you don't need to, only to have to step up again as you continue your climb up the trail. Don't step up needlessly, only to have to step down again. If you must step up on something, you don't always need to lift your whole body. Just flex your legs. Kara complained that it was too hard to think about where to put her foot each time. He told her that by walking the way she did, she was actually climbing the mountain twice for each time he climbed it. He admonished her to think as she walked, and soon it would become instinctive and would require no conscious thought. When Kara found that her shin and thigh muscles didn't get as tired and sore when she followed his suggestions, she became a keen student. Now she asked questions instead of arguing. Most of the time. Kahlan saw that as Kara descended the steep trail, she did as Richard had taught her and used a stick as an improvised staff to probe any suspicious low area where leaves collected before stepping there. This was no place to break an ankle. Richard said nothing, but sometimes he smiled when she found a hole with her stick rather than her foot, as she used to. Forging a new trail on a steep slope like the one they were descending was dangerous work. Potential trails often withered into dead ends, requiring that you retrace your steps. On less severe slopes, hillsides, and flatter ground especially, animals often made good trails. In a valley, a suitable trail that shrank to nothing wasn't a big problem, because there you could beat through the brush to more open ground. Making your own trail on a rocky precipice 1,000 feet up was always arduous and often frustrating. In such conditions, particularly if the hour grew late, the desire not to have to backtrack a difficult climb tempted people into taking chances. Richard said that it was hard work that demanded you put reason before your wish to get down, get home, or get to a place to camp. Wishing gets people killed, he often said. Using your head gets you home. Kara poked her stick into a pile of leaves between bare granite rocks. Don't step in the leaves here, she said over her shoulder as she hopped onto the far rock. There's a hole. Why, thank you, Kara, Richard said in mock gratitude, as if he would have stepped there had she not warned him. The cliff face they were on had a number of sizable ledges, with rugged little trees and shrubs that provided good footing and the safety of a handhold. Below, the mountainside dropped away before them into a lush ravine. Beyond the defile, it rose up again in a steep slope covered with evergreens and the dull gray and brown skeletons of oaks, maples, and birches. The raucous coats of autumn leaves had been resplendent while they lasted, but now they were but confetti on the ground, and there they faded fast. Usually the oaks held on to their leaves until at least early winter, and some of them until spring, but up in the mountains icy winds and early storms had already stripped even the oaks bare of their tenacious brown leaves. Kara stepped out onto a shelf of ledge, jutting out over the chasm below. "There," she said as she pointed across the way. "Up there. Do you see?" Richard shielded his eyes against the warm sunlight as he squinted higher up on the opposite slope. He made a sound deep in his throat to confirm that he saw it. "Nasty place to die." Kahlan snugged the warm wolf fur up against her ears to protect them from the cold wind. "There's a good place?" Richard let his hand drop from his brow. "I guess not." Farther up the slope from where Kara had pointed, the forest ended in a place called the Crooked Wood. Above that, where no trees could grow, the mountain was naked rock ridges and scree. A little farther up, snow, white as sugar, sparkled in the slanting sunlight. Below the snow and bare rock, the Crooked Wood was exposed to harsh winds and bitter weather, causing the trees to grow in tortured shapes. The Crooked Wood was a line of demarcation between the desolation, where little more than lichen could survive the forbidding weather, and the forest of trees huddled below. Richard gestured off to their right. "Let's not waste any time, though. I don't want to be caught up here come dark." Kahlan looked out to where the mountain opened onto a grand vista of snow-capped peaks, valleys, and the undulating green of seemingly endless, trackless forests. A roiling blanket of thick clouds had invaded those valleys, stealing in around the mountains, sneaking ever closer. In the distance, some of the snow-capped peaks stood isolated in a cottony gray sea. Lower down the mountains, below those dense, dark clouds, the weather would be miserable. Both Richard and Kara awaited Kahlan's word. She didn't like the thought of being exposed in the Crooked Wood when the icy cold fog and drizzle arrived. "I'm fine. Let's go and get it done. Then we can get down lower, where we'll be able to find a wayward pine to stay dry tonight. I wouldn't mind sitting beside a hearty little fire sipping hot tea." Kara blew warm breath into her cupped hands. "That sounds good to me." It was on the first day Kahlan met Richard more than a year before that he had taken her to a wayward pine. Kahlan had never known about such trees in the deep woods of Westland. Wayward pines still held the same mystic quality for her as they did the first time she saw one silhouetted against a darkening sky, taller than all the trees around it. Such mature trees were a friend to travelers far from any conventional shelter. A big wayward pine's boughs hung down to the ground all around. The needles grew mostly at the outer fringe, leaving the inner branches bare. Inside, under their dense green skirts, wayward pines provided excellent shelter from harsh weather. Something about the trees' sap made them resistant to fire, so if you were careful, you could have a cozy campfire inside while outside it rained and stormed. Richard, Kahlan, and Kara often stayed in wayward pines when they were out in the mountains. Those nights getting warm around a small fire within the tree's confines brought them all closer and gave them time to reflect, to talk, and to tell stories. Some of the stories made them laugh. Some brought a lump to their throats. After Kahlan's assurance that she was up to it, Richard and Kara nodded and started down the cliff. She had recovered from her terrible wounds, but they still left it up to her to decide if she was prepared for the effort of such a descent and climb and then descent again before they found a sheltered campsite, hopefully in a wayward pine. Kahlan had been a long time in healing. She had known, of course, that injuries such as she had suffered would take time to heal. Bedridden for so long, her muscles had become withered, weak, and nearly useless. For a long time, it had been hard for her to eat much. She became a skeleton. With the realization of just how weak and helpless she had become, even as she healed,
She had inexorably spiraled down into a state of abject depression. Kahlan had not comprehended completely the punishing effort that would be required if she was to be herself again. Richard and Kara tried to cheer her up, but their efforts seemed distant. They just didn't understand what it was like. Her legs wasted away until they were bony sticks with knobby knees. She felt not just helpless, but ugly. Richard carved animals for her, hawks, foxes, otters, ducks, and even chipmunks. They seemed only a curiosity to her. At the lowest point, Kahlan almost wished she had died along with their child. Her life became a tasteless gruel. All she saw day after day, week after week, were the four walls of her sick room. The pain was exhausting, and the monotony numbing. She came to hate the bitter yarrow tea they made her drink, and the smell of the poultice made of tall cinquefoil and yarrow. When after a time she resisted drinking yarrow, they would sometimes switch to linden, which wasn't so bitter but didn't work as well, yet it did help her sleep. Skullcap often helped when her head hurt, though it was so astringent it made her mouth pucker for a long time after. Sometimes they switched to a tincture of feverfew to help ease her pain. Kahlan came to hate taking herbs and would often say she didn't hurt, when she did, just to avoid some horrid concoction. Richard hadn't made the window in the bedroom very big. In the summer heat, the room was often sweltering. Kahlan could see only a bit of the sky outside her window, the tops of some trees and the jagged blue-gray shape of a mountain in the distance. Richard wanted to take her outside, but Kahlan begged him not to try because she didn't think it would be worth the pain. It didn't take much convincing for him to be talked out of hurting her. Every kind of day, from sunny and bright to gray and gloomy, came and went. Lying in her little room as time slipped away while she slowly healed, Kahlan thought of it as her lost summer. One day she was parched, and Richard had forgotten to fill the cup and place it where she could reach it on the simple table beside the bed. When she asked for water, Richard came back with the cup and a full water skin and set them both on the windowsill as he called to Kara outside. He rushed out, telling Kahlan as he went that he and Kara had to go check the fishing lines, and they would be back as soon as they could. Before Kahlan could ask him to put the water closer, he was gone. Kahlan lay fuming in the silence, hardly able to believe that Richard had been so inconsiderate as to leave the water out of her reach. It was unusually warm for late summer. Her tongue felt swollen. She stared helplessly at the wooden cups setting in the windowsill. On the verge of tears, she let out a moan of self-pity and smacked her fist against the bed. She rolled her head to the right, away from the window, and closed her eyes. She decided to take a nap in order not to think about her thirst. Richard and Kara would be back by the time she awoke, and they would get the water for her. And Richard would get a scolding. Sweat trickled down her neck. Outside, a bird kept calling. Its repetitious song sounded like a little girl with a high-pitched voice saying, "Who me?" Once a "who me" bird started in, it was a long performance. Kahlan could think of little else besides how much she wanted a drink. She couldn't make herself fall asleep. The annoying bird kept asking its question over and over again. More than once she found herself whispering, "Yes, you," in answer. She growled a curse at Richard. She squeezed her eyes shut and tried to forget her thirst, the heat, and the bird, and go to sleep. Her eyes kept popping open. Kahlan lifted her sleeping gown away from her chest, roughing it up and down to cool herself. She realized she was staring at the water in the window. It was out of her reach, clear over on the other side of the room. The room wasn't very big, but still she couldn't walk. Richard knew better. She thought that maybe, if she could sit up and move to the bottom of the bed, she might be able to reach the cup. With an ill-tempered huff, she threw the light cover off her bony legs. She hated seeing them. Why was Richard being so inconsiderate? What was the matter with him? She intended to give him a piece of her mind when he got back. She eased her legs over the side of the bed. The mattress was a pliable woven mat stuffed with grasses and feathers and toe padding. It was quite comfortable, and Kahlan was pleased with her snug bed. With a great effort, she pushed herself up. For a long time,
She sat on the edge of the bed, holding her head in her hands as she caught her breath. Her whole body throbbed in pain. It was the first time she had sat up all by herself. She understood very well what Richard was doing. Still, she didn't appreciate his way of forcing her to get up. It was cruel. She wasn't ready. She was still badly hurt. She needed to rest in bed in order to recover. Her oozing wounds had finally closed up and healed over, but she was sure she was still too injured to be getting up. She feared to test broken bones. Accompanied by a lot of groaning and grunting, she worked herself to the bottom of the bed. Sitting there, one hand holding the footboard to steady herself, she was still too far from the window to reach the water. She was going to have to stand. She paused for a while to have dark thoughts about her husband. After a day many weeks before, when she had called for a long time and Richard hadn't heard her weak voice, he had left a light pole beside her, so she would be able to use it to reach out and knock on the wall or door if she was in urgent need of their help. Now, Kahlan worked her fingers around the pole lying alongside her bed and lifted it upright. She planted the thicker end on the ground and leaned on the pole for support as she carefully slid off the bed. Her feet touched the cool dirt floor. Putting weight on her legs made her gasp in pain. She half stood, half leaned on the bed, prepared to cry out, but realized she was gasping more at the brutal pain she expected than from the actual pain. It did hurt, but she realized it wasn't too much to endure. She was a bit disgruntled to learn it wasn't nearly as bad as it had been. She had been planning on reducing Richard to tears with the torturous suffering he had so cavalierly forced upon her. She put more weight on her feet and pulled herself up with the aid of the pole. Finally, she stood in wobbling triumph. She was actually on her feet, and she had done it by herself. Kahlan couldn't seem to make her legs walk the way she wanted them to. In order to get to the water, she was going to have to make them do her bidding, at least until she reached the window. Then she could collapse to the floor where Richard would find her. She luxuriated in her mental picture of it. He wouldn't think his plan to get her out of bed so clever then. With the aid of the stout pole for support and her tongue poked out the corner of her mouth for balance, she slowly shuffled to the window. Kahlan told herself that if she fell, she was going to lie there in a heap on the floor without any water until Richard came back and found her moaning through cracked lips, dying of thirst. He would be sorry he had ever tried such a pitiless trick. He would feel guilty for the rest of his life for what he had done to her. She would see to it. Almost wishing every difficult step of the way that she would fall, she finally made it to the window. Kahlan threw an arm over the sill for support and closed her eyes as she panted in little breaths so as not to hurt her ribs. When she had her wind back, she drew herself up to the window. She snatched the cup and gulped down the water. Kahlan plunked the empty cup down on the sill and peered out as she caught her breath again. Richard was sitting on the ground just outside, his arms hooked around his knees, his hands clasped. "Hi there," he said with a smile. Kara, sitting right beside him, gazed up without emotion. "I see you're up." Kahlan wanted to yell at him, but instead she found herself trying with all her might not to laugh. She felt suddenly and overwhelmingly foolish for not trying sooner to get up on her own. Tears stung her eyes as she looked out at the expanse of trees, the vibrant colors, the majestic mountains, and the huge sweep of blue sky dotted with fluffy white clouds marching off into the distance. The size of the mountains, their imposing slopes, their luscious color, was beyond anything she had ever encountered before. How could she possibly not have wanted more than anything to get up and see the world around her? "You know, of course, that you've made a big mistake," Richard said. "What do you mean?" Kahlan asked. "Well, had you not gotten up, we'd have kept waiting on you, at least for a time. Now that you've shown us that you can get up and move on your own, we're only going to keep doing this, putting things out of your reach to make you start moving about and helping yourself." While she silently thanked him, she was unwilling just yet to tell him out loud how right he had been. But inside, she loved him all the more for braving her anger to help her. Kara turned to Richard.
Should we show her where she can find the table? Richard shrugged. If she gets hungry, she'll come out of the bedroom and find it. Kahlan threw the cup at him, hoping to wipe the smirk off his face. He caught the cup. Well, glad to see your arm works, he said. You can cut your own bread. When she started to protest, he said, It's only fair. Kara baked it. The least you can do is to cut it. Kahlan's mouth fell open. Kara baked bread? Lord Rahl taught me, Kara said. I wanted bread with my stew, real bread, and he told me that if I wanted bread, I would have to learn to make it. It was easy, really. A little like walking to the window. But I was much more good-natured about it and didn't throw anything at him. Kahlan could not help smiling, knowing it must have been harder for Kara to knead dough than for Kahlan to get up and walk. She somehow doubted that Kara had been good-natured about it. Kahlan would like to have seen that battle of wills. Give me back my cup, and then go catch some fish for dinner. I'm hungry. I want a trout, a big trout, along with bread. Richard smiled. I can do that, if you can find the table. Kahlan did find the table. She never ate in bed again. At first, the pain of walking was sometimes more than she could tolerate, and she took refuge in her bed. Kara would come in and brush her hair, just so Kahlan wouldn't be alone. She had no power in her muscles, and could hardly move by herself. Brushing her own hair was a colossal task. Just getting to the table was exhausting, and all she could accomplish at first. Richard and Kara were sympathetic, and continually encouraged her, but they pushed her too. Kahlan was joyous to be out of the bed, and that helped her to ignore the pain. The world was again a wondrous place. She was more than joyous to be able at last to go out to the privy. While she never said so, Kahlan was sure Kara was happy about that too. As much as she liked the snug home, going outside felt like finally being freed from a dungeon. Before, Richard had frequently offered to take her outside for the day, but she had never wanted to leave her bed, fearing the pain. She realized that because she was so sick, her thinking had slowly become dull and foggy. Along with her summer, she had for a time lost herself. Now, at long last, she felt clear-headed. She discovered that the view outside her window was the least impressive of the surrounding sights. Snow-capped peaks towered around the small house Richard and Kara had built in the lap of breathtaking mountains. The simple house, with a bedroom at either end, one for Richard and Kahlan and one for Kara, with a common room in the middle, sat at the edge of a meadow of velvety green grasses sprinkled with wildflowers. Even though it was late in the season when they had arrived, Richard managed to start a small garden in a sunny place outside Kara's window, growing fresh greens for the table and some herbs to add flavor to their cooking. Right behind the house, huge old white pines towered over them, sheltering them from the full force of the wind. Richard had continued his carving to pass the time as he sat by Kahlan's bed, talking and telling stories, but after she had at last gotten out of bed, his carvings changed. Instead of animals, Richard began sculpting people. And then one day he surprised her with his most magnificent carving yet. In celebration, he said, of her getting well enough to finally come out into the world. Astonished by the utter realism and power of the small statue, she whispered that it could only be the gift that had guided his hand in carving it. Richard regarded such talk as nonsense. People without the gift carve beautiful statues all the time, he said. There's no magic involved. She knew, though, that some artists were gifted and able to invoke magic through their art. Richard occasionally spoke wistfully about the works of art he'd seen at the People's Palace in Dahara, where he had been held captive. Growing up in Heartland, he had never before seen statues carved in marble, and certainly none carved on such a grand scale or by such talented hands. Those works had in some ways opened his eyes to the greater world around him, and had made a lasting impression on him. Who else but Richard would remember fondly the beauty he saw while held captive and being tortured? It was true that art could exist independent of magic, but Richard had been taken captive in the first place only with the aid of a spell brought to life through art. Art was a universal language, and thus an invaluable tool for implementing magic.
Kahlan finally stopped arguing with him about whether the gift helped him to carve. He simply didn't believe it. She felt, though, that having no other outlet, his gift must be expressing itself in this way. Magic always seemed to find a way to seep out, and his carvings of people certainly did seem magical to her. But the figure of the woman that he carved for her as a gift stirred profound emotion within her. He called it, an image nearly 2 feet tall, carved from buttery, smooth, rich, aromatic walnut, Spirit. The femininity of her body, its exquisite shape and curves, bones and muscle, were clearly evident beneath her flowing robes. She looked alive. How Richard had accomplished such a feat, Kahlan couldn't even imagine. He had conveyed through the woman, her robes flowing in a wind as she stood with her head thrown back, her chest out, her hands fisted at her sides, her back arched and strong as if in opposition to an invisible power trying unsuccessfully to subdue her, a sense of spirit. The statue was obviously not intended to look like Kahlan, yet it evoked in her some visceral response, a tension that was startlingly familiar. Something about the woman in the carving, some quality it conveyed, made Kahlan hunger to be well, to be fully alive, to be strong and independent again. If this wasn't magic, she didn't know what was. Kahlan had been around grand palaces her whole life, exposed to any number of pieces of great art by renowned artists, but none had ever taken her breath with its thrust of inner vision, its sense of individual nobility, as did this proud, vibrant woman in flowing robes. The strength and vitality of it brought a lump to Kahlan's throat, and she could only throw her arms around Richard's neck in speechless emotion. Chapter 19. Now Kahlan went outside at every opportunity. She placed the carving of Spirit on the windowsill, so she could see it not only from bed, but also when she was outdoors. She turned the statue so that it always faced outside. She felt it should always be facing the world. The woods around the house were mysterious and alluring. Intriguing trails went off into the shadowy distance, and she could just detect light off at the end of the gently curving tunnel through the trees. She ached to explore those narrow tracks, animal trails enlarged by Richard and Kahlan on their short treks to tend fishing lines, and forays in search of nuts and berries. Kahlan, with the aid of a staff, hobbled around the house and the meadow to strengthen her legs. She wanted to go with Richard on those treks, through the filtered sunlight and gentle breezes, over the open patches of ledge and under the arched, enclosing limbs of huge oaks. One of the first places Richard took her, when she insisted she could walk for a short distance, was through that tunnel in the thick, dark wood to the patch of light at the other end, where a brook descended a rocky gorge. The brook was sheltered on the hillside above them by a dense stand of trees. An enormous weight of water continuously plunged over that stepped tumble of rocks, surging around boulders and pouring in glassy sheets over ledges. Many of the bear-sized rocks sitting in the shady pools were flocked in a dark green velvet of moss and sprinkled with long, tawny needles from the white pines that favored the rock slope. Flecks of sunlight winking through the dense canopy shimmered in the clear pools. At the bottom of that gorge, in that sunny mountain glen off behind their house where the trail emerged from the woods, the brook broadened and slowed as it meandered through the expansive valley surrounded by the awesome jut of the mountains. Sometimes Kahlan would dangle her bony legs over a bank and let the cool water caress her feet. There she could sit on the warm grass and soak up the sun while watching fish swim through the crystal-clear water flowing over gravel beds. Richard had been right when he told her that trout liked beautiful places. She loved watching the fish, frogs, crayfish, and even the salamanders. Oftentimes, she would lie on her stomach on the low grassy bank with her chin resting on the backs of her hands and watch for hours as the fish came out from under sunken logs, from beneath rocks, or from the dark depths of the larger pools to snatch a bug from the surface of the water. Kahlan caught crickets, grasshoppers, and grubs, and periodically tossed them in for the fish. Richard laughed when she talked to the fish.
encouraging them to come up out of their dark holes for a tasty bug. Sometimes a graceful gray heron would stand on its thin legs in the shallow marshes not far away, and occasionally spear a fish or a frog with its dagger-like bill. Kahlan could not recall in the whole of her life ever being in a place with such a vibrancy of life to it, surrounded by such majesty. Richard teased her, telling her she hadn't seen anything yet, making her curious and ever eager to get stronger so she could explore new sights. She felt like a little girl in a magical kingdom that was theirs and theirs alone. Having grown up a confessor, Kahlan had never spent much time outdoors watching animals or water tumbling down over rocks or clouds or sunsets. She had seen a great many magnificent things, but they were in the context of travel, cities, buildings, and people. She had never lingered in one place in the countryside to really soak it all in. Still, the thoughts in the back of her mind hounded her. She knew that she and Richard were needed elsewhere. They had responsibilities. Richard casually deflected the subject whenever she broached it. He had already explained his reasoning and believed he was doing what was right. They hadn't been visited by messengers for a very long time. That worry played on her mind, too, but Richard said that he couldn't allow himself to influence the army, so it was just as well that General Rybish had stopped sending reports. Besides, he said, it only needlessly endangered the messengers who made the journey. For the time being, Kahlan knew she needed to get better, and her isolated mountain life was making her stronger by the day, probably as nothing else could. Once they returned to the war, once she convinced him that they must return, this peaceful life would be but a cherished memory. She resolved to enjoy what she couldn't change while it lasted. Once, when it had been raining for a few days, and Kahlan was missing going out to the brook to watch the fish, Richard did the most unheard-of thing. He started bringing her fish in a jar. Live fish. Fish just for watching. After he'd cleaned an empty lamp oil jug and several wide-mouthed glass jars that had held preserves, herbs, and unguents for her injuries, along with other supplies he had purchased on their journey away from Anderith, he put some gravel at the bottom and filled them with water from the stream. He then caught some black-nosed dace minnows and put them in the glass containers. They were yellowish olive on top, speckled with black, with white bottoms, and a thin black line down each side. He even provided them with a bit of weed from the brook so they could have a place to hide and feel safe. Kahlan was astonished when Richard brought home the first jar of live fish. She set the jars, eventually 4 jars and 1 jug in all, on the windowsill in the main room, beside several of Richard's smaller carvings. Richard, Kahlan, and Kara sat at the small wooden table when they ate and watched the marvel of fish living in a jar. "Just don't name them," Richard said, "because eventually they're going to die." What she had at first thought was an entirely daft idea became a center of fascination for her. Even Kara, who cited fish in a jar as lunacy, took a liking to the little fish. It seemed that every day with Richard in the mountains held some new marvel to turn her mind away from her own pains and troubles. After the fish became accustomed to people, they went about their little lives as if living in a jar were perfectly natural. From time to time, Richard would pour out part of their water and add fresh water from the brook. Kahlan and Kara fed the little fish crumbs of bread or tiny scraps from dinner, along with small bugs. The fish ate eagerly, and spent most of their time pecking at the gravel on the bottom or swimming about, looking out at the world. After a while, the fish learned when it was lunchtime. They would wiggle eagerly on the other side of the glass whenever anyone approached, like puppies happy to see their masters. The main room had a small fireplace Richard had built with clay from stream banks he'd formed into bricks and dried in the sun, and then cooked in a fire. They had the table he'd made, and chairs constructed of branches intertwined and lashed together. He'd woven the chair bottoms and backs from leathery inner bark. In the corner of the room was a wooden door over a deep root cellar. Against the back wall were simple shelves and a big cupboard full of supplies. They'd bought a lot of supplies along the way and carried them either in the carriage with Kahlan or strapped on the back and sides. For the last part of the journey, Richard and Kara had lugged everything in, since the carriage couldn't make it over narrow mountain passes where there were no roads. Richard had blazed the trail in. Kara had her own room opposite theirs. Once up and about, Kahlan was surprised to find that Kara had a collection of rocks. Kara bristled at the term collection, and asserted that they were there as defensive weapons, should they be attacked and trapped in the house. Kahlan found the rocks, all different colors, suspiciously pretty. Kara insisted they were deadly. While Kahlan had been bedridden, Richard had slept on a pallet in the main room, or sometimes outside under the stars. A number of times at first, when she was in so much pain, Kahlan had awakened to see him sitting on the floor beside her bed, dozing as he leaned against the wall, always ready to jump up if she needed anything, or to offer her medicines and herb teas. He hadn't wanted to sleep in bed with her for fear of it hurting her. She almost would have been willing to endure it for the comfort of his presence beside her. Finally, though, after she was up and about, he was at last able to lie beside her. That first night with him in bed, she had held his big warm hand to her belly as she gazed at Spirit, silhouetted in the moonlight, listening to the night calls of birds, bugs, and the songs of the wolves, until her eyes closed and she drifted into a peaceful slumber. It was on the next day that Richard first killed her. They were at the stream checking the fishing lines when he cut 2 straight willow switches. He tossed one on the ground beside where she sat and told her it was her sword. He seemed in a playful mood and told her to defend herself. Feeling playful herself, Kahlan took up the challenge by suddenly trying to stab him, just to put him in his place. He stabbed her first and declared her dead. She fought him again, more earnestly the second time, and he quickly dispatched her with a convincingly feigned beheading. By the third time she went after him, she was a little irked. She put all her effort into her assault, but he smoothly thwarted her attack and then pressed the tip of his willow switch sword between her breasts. He announced her dead for a third time out of 3. Thereafter, it became a game Kahlan wanted to win. Richard never let her win, not even just to be nice when she was feeling low because of her slow progress at getting stronger. He repeatedly humbled her in front of Kara. Kahlan knew he was doing it to make her push herself, to use her muscles, to forget her aches, to stretch and strengthen her body. Kahlan just wanted to win. They each carried their willow switch swords sheathed behind a belt, always at the ready. Every day she would attack him or he would attack her, and the fight was on. At first she was no challenge to him, and he made it clear she was no challenge. That, of course, only made her determined to show him that she was no novice, that it was not so much a battle of strength, but of leverage, advantage, and swiftness. He encouraged her, but never gave her false praise. As the weeks passed, she slowly began making him work for his kills. Kahlan had been taught to use a sword by her father, King Wyborn. At least he had been king before Kahlan's mother took him for her mate. King was an insignificant title to a confessor. King Wyborn of Gallia had had 2 children with his queen and first wife, so Kahlan had both an older half-sister and a half-brother. Kahlan wanted very much to make a good show of her training under her father. It was frustrating to know she was far better with a weapon than she was showing Richard. It wasn't so much that she didn't know what to do, but that she simply couldn't do it. Her muscles were not yet strong enough, nor would they respond nearly quickly enough. Something about it, though, was still unsettling. Richard fought in a way Kahlan had never encountered in her training, or in the real combat she had seen. She couldn't define or analyze the difference, but she could feel it, and she didn't know what to do to counter it. In the beginning, Richard and Kahlan had most of their battles in the meadow outside their house, so that Kahlan wouldn't be as likely to trip over something, and if she did, not as likely to hit her head on anything granite. Kara was their ever-present audience. As time passed, the battles lasted longer and grew more strenuous. They became furious and exhausting. A couple of times, Kahlan had been so upset by Richard's relentless attitude toward their sword fights that she didn't speak to him for hours afterward, lest she let slip words she didn't really mean and which she knew she would regret. Richard would then sometimes tell her, "Save your anger for the enemy. Here it will do you no good. There it can overcome fear.
Use this time now to teach your sword what to do, so later it will do it without conscious thought. Kahlan well knew that an enemy was never kind. If Richard gave in to kindness, awarded her false pride, it could only serve her ill. As aggravating as such lessons sometimes were, it was impossible to remain angry with Richard for very long, especially because she knew she was really only angry with herself. Kahlan had been around weapons and men who used them all her life. A few of the better ones, in addition to her father, were on occasion her teachers. None of them had fought like Richard. Richard made fighting with a blade look like art. He gave beauty to the act of dealing death. There was something about it, though, tickling at her. Something she knew she still wasn't grasping. Richard had told her once, before she had been hurt, that he had come to believe that magic itself could be an art form. She had told him she thought that was crazy. Now she didn't know. From the bits of the story she'd heard, she suspected that Richard had used magic in something of that way to defeat the chimes. He had created a solution where it had never before existed, or even been imagined. One day, in one of their fierce sword fights, she had been positive she had him dead to rights, and that she was delivering the stroke of victory. He effortlessly evaded what she had been sure was her killing strike, and killed her instead. He made what had seemed impossible look natural. It was in that instant that the whole concept came clear for her. She had been looking at it all wrong. It wasn't that Richard could fight well with a sword, or that he could create beautiful statues with a knife and chisel. It was that Richard was one with the blade in any form, sword, knife, chisel, or willow switch. He was a master, not of sword fighting or carving as such, but in the most fundamental way of the blade itself. Fighting was but one use of a blade. His balance for using his sword to destroy, magic always sought balance, was using a blade to carve things of beauty. She had been looking at the individual parts of what he did, trying to understand them separately. Richard saw only one unified whole. Everything about him, the way he shot an arrow, the way he carved, the way he used a sword, even the way he walked with such fluid, reasoned intent, they weren't separate things, separate abilities. They were all the same thing. Richard paused. "What's the matter? Your face is turning white." Kahlan stood with her willow sword lowered. "You're dancing with death. That's what you're doing with your sword." Richard blinked at her as if she had just announced that rain was wet. "But of course." Richard touched the amulet hanging at his chest. In the center, surrounded by a complex of gold and silver lines, was a teardrop-shaped ruby as big as her thumbnail. "I told you that a long time ago. Are you just now coming to believe me?" She stood gaping. "Yes, I think I am." Kahlan recalled all too clearly his chilling words to her when she had first seen the amulet around his neck, and she had asked him what it was. "The ruby is meant to represent a drop of blood. It is the symbolic representation of the way of the primary edict. It means only one thing and everything. Cut. Once committed to fight, cut. Everything else is secondary. Cut. That is your duty, your purpose, your hunger. There is no rule more important, no commitment that overrides that one. Cut. The lines are a portrayal of the dance. Cut from the void, not from bewilderment. Cut the enemy as quickly and directly as possible. Cut with certainty. Cut decisively, resolutely. Cut into his strength. Flow through the gaps in his guard. Cut him. Cut him down utterly. Don't allow him a breath. Crush him. Cut him without mercy to the depths of his spirit. It is the balance to life. Death. It is the dance with death. It is the law a war wizard lives by, or he dies." The dance was art. It was no different, really, from carving. Art expressed through a blade. It was all one and the same to him. He saw no distinction, for within him there was none. They shared the meadow with a red fox who hunted it for rodents, mostly, but wasn't averse to chewing on whatever juicy bugs she could catch there.
Their horses didn't mind the fox so much, but they didn't like the coyotes that sometimes visited. Kahlan rarely saw them, but she knew they were about when the horses snorted their displeasure. She often heard the coyotes barking at night higher up in the surrounding slopes. They would let out long, flat howls, followed by a series of yips. Some nights the wolves sang their long, monotone howls, without the yapping of the coyotes, echoing through the mountains. Once, Kahlan saw a black bear off in the trees, ambling along, giving them only a passing look, and once a bobcat passed near their house, sending the horses off in a panic. It took Richard the better part of a day to find the horses. Chipmunks begged at their door and regularly invited themselves into the house for a look around. Kahlan often caught herself talking to them and asking questions, as if they could understand her every word. The way they paused and cocked their heads at her made her suspect they really could. In the early mornings, small herds of deer often visited the meadow, some leaving fresh, inverted, heart-shaped tracks near the door as they passed. Lately, aggressive bucks in rut bearing huge racks had been showing up. One of the hides Kahlan wore was from a wolf injured by one of those bucks up in an oak grove not far away. Richard had spared the wounded animal a lingering, suffering death. Beside the sword fights, they went on marches up into the mountains to help Kahlan strengthen her limbs. Those walks were taxing on her leg muscles, sometimes leaving her so sore she couldn't sleep. Richard would rub oil into her feet, calves, and thighs when they hurt too much for her to sleep. That usually worked, relaxing her and making her drowsy and able to fall asleep. She distinctly remembered the rainy night after walking home in the wet and cold, when she lay on her back in bed, eyes shut, as Richard rubbed warm oil into her leg muscles. He whispered that her legs finally seemed to have gotten back all their tone and shape. Kahlan looked up and saw desire in his eyes. It was an almost forgotten thrill to know his hunger for her. She had been so startled that she felt tears trickle down her cheeks with the joy of suddenly feeling like a woman again, a desirable woman. Richard raised her leg to his mouth and gently kissed her bare ankle. By the time his soft, warm kisses reached her thighs, she was panting with suddenly and unexpectedly awakened desire. He laid open her nightshirt and rubbed the warm oil on her exposed belly. His big hands moved up her body to caress her breasts. He breathed through his mouth as he rolled her nipples until they were hard between his finger and thumb. "Why, Lord Rahl," she said in a breathy whisper, "I do believe you are going to get carried away." He paused, seeming to check himself in what he was doing, and then pulled back. "I won't break, Richard," she said, as she caught his hand and pulled it back. "I'm all right now. I'd like it if you got carried away." She clutched his hair in her fists as his kisses covered her breasts, and then her shoulders, and then worked up her neck. His panting warmed her ear. His exploring fingers made her frantic with need. His body against hers felt wildly erotic. She no longer felt weary. Finally, he tenderly kissed her lips. She let him know by the way she returned the kiss that he needn't be all that tender. As the rain drummed on the roof, as lightning lit the lines and the clenched fist strength of the statue in the window, and thunder rumbled through the mountains, Kahlan, without fearing it, without worrying about it, without wondering if she would be able, held Richard tightly as they made quiet, gentle, fierce love. They had never needed each other as much as that night.
All her fears and worries evaporated in the heat of overpowering need welling up through her.
She wept with the strength of her pleasure and the release of her emotions.
When later Richard lay in her arms, she felt a tear roll off his face, and she asked him if something was wrong. He shook his head and said distantly that he had for so long feared losing her that sometimes he had believed he might go mad. It seemed as if he could finally allow himself release from his private terror. The pain Kahlan had first seen in his eyes when she couldn't remember his name was at last banished. Their marches into the mountains ranged farther and farther. Sometimes they took packs and spent the night in the woods, often in a wayward pine, when they could find one. The rugged terrain offered a never-ending variety of vistas. In places, sheer rock cliffs towered over them, In other places, they stood at the brink of sheer drops and watched the sun turn the sky orange and purple as it went down while wispy clouds drifted through quiet green valleys below. They went to towering waterfalls with their own rainbows. There were clear, sunlit pools up in the mountains where they swam. They ate on rocks overlooking rugged sights no one but they ever saw. They followed animal trails through vast woods of gnarled trees and others among the dark forest floor, where grew trees with trunks like huge brown columns, so big 20 men couldn't have joined hands around them. Richard had Kahlan practice with a bow to help strengthen her arms. They hunted small game for stews or for roasting. Some they smoked and dried along with the fish they caught. Richard usually didn't eat meat, but occasionally he did. Not eating meat was part of the balance needed by his gift for when he was forced to kill. That need of balance was lessening because he wasn't killing. He was at peace. Perhaps the balance was now being served by his carving. As time passed, he was able to eat more meat. When they were out on journeys, they usually ate rice and beans along with bannock and any berries they collected along the way, in addition to game they caught. Kahlan helped clean fish and salt them down and smoke yet others for their winter stores. It was a job that she had never before undertaken. They collected berries, nuts, and wild apples, and put a lot of those away in the root cellar, along with root crops he had purchased before coming up into the mountains. Richard dug up small apple trees when he found any, and planted them in the meadow by the house, so that, he said, someday they would have apples close at hand. Kahlan wondered how long he intended to keep them away from where they were needed. The silent question always hung there, seen by all but unspoken. Kara never asked him, but she sometimes made some small mention of it to Kahlan when they were alone. She was Lord Rahl's guard, and glad to be close at hand, so she generally offered no objection. He was, after all, Lord Rahl, and he was safe. Kahlan had always felt the weight of their responsibilities, like the towering mountains all around, looming over them, always shadowing them. That responsibility could never be completely forgotten. As much as she loved the house Richard had built on the edge of the meadow, and as much as she loved exploring the rugged, beautiful, imposing, and ever-changing mountains, with each passing day, she more and more felt that weight and the anxious need to be back where they were needed most. She fretted at what could be going on that they weren't aware of. The Imperial Order was not going to stay put. An army that size liked to move. Soldiers, especially soldiers of that ilk, became restless in long encampments, and sooner or later started causing trouble. She worried about all the people who needed the reassurance of Richard's presence, his guidance, and hers. There were people who their whole lives had depended on the Mother Confessor always being there to stand up for them. With winter coming on, Richard had made Kahlan a warm mantle, mostly out of wolf fur. The other 2 pelts were coyotes. Richard had found one of the coyotes with a broken leg, probably from a fall, and had put it out of its misery. The other had been a rogue chased off by the local pack. It had taken to raiding food from their little smokehouse. Richard had taken the sly looter with a single arrow. They had collected most of the wolf pelts from injured or old animals. Richard, Kahlan, and Kara often tracked wolf packs as a way of helping to build Kahlan's strength. Kahlan came to recognize their tracks, and even learned to know at a glance if the prints were in mud or soft dirt, their front paws from the rear. Richard showed her how the toes of the front spread out more, with a more well-defined heel pad than the rear paw. She had located several packs in the mountains, and the 3 of them often followed one group or family to see if they could do so without the wolves knowing. Richard said it was a kind of game guides used to play to keep in practice, to keep their senses sharp. After Kahlan's mantle was completed, they had turned to collecting pelts for Kara's winter fur. Kara, who always wore the clothes of her profession, had liked the idea of Lord Rahl making something for her to wear, the same as he had made for Kahlan. While she had never said as much, Kahlan had always felt that Kara saw the mantle he was making for her as a mark of his feelings, his respect, proof that she was more than just his bodyguard. This had been a journey to find pelts for Kara's mantle, and she had been eager. She had even cooked for them. Now, coming down off the ridge where Kahlan had finally bested Richard in a sword fight, Kahlan was in a good mood. For the last 2 days they had been following the wolf pack up in the mountains to the west of their house. It was not simply a hunt, and not simply to get a pelt for Kara, but part of the never-ending pressure Richard put on Kahlan to keep up. Almost every day for the last 2 months, Richard had her marching over the most difficult terrain, the kind of terrain that made her strain every muscle in her body. As Kahlan had gotten stronger, the marches had gotten longer. At first, they were only across the house. Now they were across mountains. On top of that, he frequently attacked her with his willow sword and poked fun at her if she didn't put in her absolute hardest fight. In a way, finally beating Richard in one of their mock sword fights puzzled her. He might have been tired from carrying the heaviest pack and scouting some of the steeper trails by himself first, and then coming back for them, but he hadn't slacked off, and she had still killed him. She couldn't help but be pleased with herself, even if she did question her victory. Out of the corner of her eye, she had caught him smiling as he looked at her. Kahlan knew Richard was proud of her for besting him. In a way, his losing was a victory for him. Kahlan thought that she must be stronger now, after all Richard had put her through, than at any time in her life. It had not been easy, but it had been worth, at last, feeling like the carving in the window of her bedroom. Kahlan put a hand on Richard's shoulder as he followed Kara down broken granite blocks, placed by chance like big irregular steps. "Richard, how did I beat you?" He saw in her eyes the seriousness of the question. "You killed me because I made a mistake." "A mistake? You mean perhaps you had gotten too confident? Perhaps you were just tired or were thinking of something else?" "Doesn't really matter, does it? Whatever it was a mistake that cost me my life in the game. In a real fight, I would have died. You've taught me a valuable lesson to redouble my resolve to always put in my absolute full effort. It just goes to remind me, though, that I could make a mistake at any time and lose." Kahlan couldn't help but be struck by the obvious question. Was he making a mistake in staying out of the effort to keep the Midlands free from the tyranny of the Imperial Order? She couldn't help feeling the pull to help her people, even though Richard still felt that if the people didn't want his leadership, his efforts could do no good. As Mother Confessor, Kahlan knew that while people didn't always understand that what a leader did was done in their best interest, that was no reason to abandon them. With winter coming on, she hoped the Imperial Order would choose to stay put in Anderith. Kahlan needed to convince Richard to return to help the Midlands, but she was at a loss to know how. He was firm in his reasoning, and she could find no chink in the armor of his logic. Emotion did not sway him in this. Kara led them down the craggy precipice, having to backtrack only twice. It was a difficult descent. Kara was pleased with herself, and that Richard had let her pick the route. It was her pelt they were going after, so he let her lead them across the tangle of undergrowth in the ravine at the bottom, and then up the following lip of the notch where trees clung with roots like talons to the rocky rise. The wind coming up the ravine had turned bitter. The clouds had thickened until they snuffed out the golden rays of sunlight. Their ascent took them up into a gloomy, dark wood of towering evergreens. Far over their heads, the treetops swayed in the wind, but down on the ground it was still. Their footfalls were hushed by a thick, spongy mat of brown needles. The climb was steep, but not arduous. As they ascended, the big trees grew farther and farther apart. The boughs became scraggly, allowing more of the somber light to seep in. For the most part, the rocks higher up were bare of moss and leaves. In places, they had to use handholds on the rock or else roots to help them climb. Kahlan pulled deep breaths of the cold air. It felt good to test her muscles. They came out of the forest into the steel-gray light of late afternoon and the moaning voice of the wind. They were in the crooked wood. The scree and rock were naked of the thick moss common lower down the mountain, but they bore yellow-green splotches of lichen outlined in black. Only a bit of scraggly brush clung to the low places here and there. But it was the trees that were the most odd and gave the place at the top of the tree line its name. They were all stunted, few taller than Kahlan or Richard. Most of the branches grew to one side because of the prevailing winds, leaving the trees looking like grotesque running skeletons frozen in torment. Above the crooked wood, few things other than sedges and lichens grew. Above that, the snowcap held sway. "Here it is," Kara said. They found the wolf, sprawled on the scree beside a low boulder with a dark stain of dried blood at the sharp edge. Up higher, the pack of gray wolves had been trying to take down a woodland caribou. The old bull had grazed the unlucky wolf with a kick. That in itself would likely not have been anything more than painful, but the wolf had slipped from the higher ledge and fallen to its death. Kahlan ran her fingers through the thick yellow-gray coat tipped in black. It was in good condition, and would be a warm addition to Kara's winter mantle. Richard and Kara started skinning the good-sized female animal as Kahlan went out to the edge of an overhang. She drew her own mantle up around her ears as she stood in the bitter wind surveying the approaching clouds. She was somewhat startled by what she saw. "Richard, it's not drizzle coming our way," Kahlan said. "It's snow." He looked up from his bloody work. "Do you see any wayward pines down in the valley?" She squinted down to the valley floor spread out before her. "Yes, I see a couple. The snow is still a ways off. If you're not long at that, we can probably make it down there and collect some wood before it gets wet." "We're almost done," Kara said. Richard stood to have a quick look for himself. With a bloody hand, he absently lifted his real sword a few inches and then let it drop back, a habit he had of checking to make sure the weapon was clear in its scabbard. It was an unsettling gesture. He had not drawn the weapon from its hilt since the day he had been forced to kill all those men who had attacked them back near Heartland. "Is something wrong?" "What?" Richard saw where her eyes were looking and glanced down at the sword on his hip. "Oh, no, nothing. Just habit, I guess." Kahlan pointed. "There's a wayward pine there. It's the closest, and good sized, too." Richard wiped the back of his wrist across his brow, swiping his hair away from his eyes. His fingers glistened with blood. "We'll be down there, sheltered by a wayward pine, sitting beside a cozy fire having tea before dark. I can stretch the hide on the branches inside and scrape it there. The snow will help insulate us inside the tree's boughs. We'll have a good rest before heading back in the morning. Down a little lower, it will only be rain." Kahlan snuggled her cheek inside her wolf fur as a shiver tingled through her shoulders and up the back of her neck. Winter had snuck up on them. Chapter 20. When they arrived home 2 days later, the little fish in the jars were all dead. They had used the same easier route over the pass that they had originally used to enter the valley when they had first come in with the horses months before. Of course, Kahlan didn't recall that trip. She had been unconscious. It seemed a lifetime ago. There was now a shorter trail to their home, one they had blazed down from the pass. They could have used that alternative route, but it was narrow and difficult, and would have saved them only 10 or 15 minutes. They had been out for days, and as they had wearily stood in the wind-swept notch at the top of the pass, looking down at their cozy home far below at the edge of the meadow, they had decided to take the easier passage, even though it took a little longer. It had been a relief to finally get inside the house, out of the wind, and drop all their gear. As Richard brought in firewood and Kara fetched water, Kahlan pulled out a little square of cloth with some small bugs she'd caught earlier that day, intending to give her fish a treat, since they were sure to be hungry. She let out a little groan when she saw that they were dead. "What's the matter?" Kara asked as they walked in lugging a full bucket. She came over to see the fish. "Looks like they starved," Kahlan told her. "Little fish like that don't often live long in a jar," Richard said as he knelt and started stacking birch logs atop kindling in the fireplace. "But they did live a long time," Kahlan said, as if to prove him wrong and somehow talk him out of it. "You didn't name them, did you? I told you not to name them because they would die after a time. I warned you not to let yourself get emotionally attached when it can only come to no good end." Kara named one. "Did not," Kara protested. "I was just trying to show you which one I was talking about, that's all." After the flames took from his flint, Richard looked up and smiled. "Well, I'll get you some more." Kahlan yawned. "But these were the best ones. They needed me." Richard snorted a laugh. "You've got quite the imagination. They only depended on us because we artificially altered their lives. Just like the chipmunks would stop hunting seeds for their winter stores if we gave them handouts all the time. Of course, the fish had no choice because we kept them in jars. Left to their own initiative, the fish wouldn't need any help from us. After all, it took a net to catch them. I'll catch you some more, and they'll come to need you just as much." 2 days later, on a thinly overcast day, after they'd had a big lunch of thick rabbit stew with turnips and onions along with bread Kara had made, Richard went off to check the fishing lines and to catch some more of the black-nosed dace minnows. After he'd left, Kara picked up their spoons and put them in the bucket of wash water on the counter. "You know," she said, looking back over her shoulder, "I like it here. I really do, but it's starting to make me jumpy." Kahlan scraped the plates off into a wooden bowl with the cooking leavings for the midden heap. "Jumpy?" She brought the plates to the counter. "What do you mean?" "Mother Confessor, this place is nice enough, but it's starting to make me go daft. I am Mord Sith. Dear spirits, I'm starting to name fish in jars." Kara turned back to the bucket and bent to cleaning the spoons with a washcloth. "Don't you think it's about time we convinced Lord Rahl that we need to get back?" Kahlan sighed. She loved their home in the mountains, and she loved the quiet and solitude. Most of all, she treasured the time she and Richard were able to spend together without other people making demands of them. But she also missed the activity of Aiden drill, the company of people, and the sights of cities and crowds. There was a lot not to like about being in places like that, but there was an excitement about it, too. She'd had a lifetime to become used to the way people didn't always want or understand her help, and forging ahead anyway because she knew it was in their best interest. Richard never had to learn to face that cold indifference and go about his duty despite it. "Of course I do, Kara." Kahlan placed the bowl of scraps on a shelf, reminding herself to empty it later. She wondered if she was to be a Mother Confessor who forever lived in the woods away from her people, a people struggling for their liberty. But you know how Richard feels. He thinks it would be wrong. More than that, he thinks it would be irresponsible to give in to such a wish when reason tells him he must not. Kara's blue eyes flashed with determination. "You are the Mother Confessor. Break the spell of this place. Tell him that you are needed back there, and that you are going to return. What's he going to do, tie you to a tree? If you leave, he will follow. He will have to return then." Kahlan shook her head emphatically. "No, I can't do that. Not after what he's told us. That's not the kind of thing you do to a person you respect. I may not exactly agree with him, but I understand his reasons and know him well enough to dread that he's right." "But going back doesn't mean he would have to lead our side. You would only be making him follow you back, not making him return to leadership." Kara smirked. "But maybe when he sees how much he is needed, he will come to his senses. That's part of the reason he's brought us so far out in the mountains. He fears that if he's near the struggle, or if he goes back, he will see all that's happening and be drawn in. I can't use his feelings for me to force him into such a corner. Even if we did go back and he resisted the temptation to help people fighting for their lives and wasn't drawn into the struggle against the brutality of the Imperial Order, such an overt act of coercion on my part would create an enduring rift between us." Kahlan shook her head again. "This is something he believes too strongly. I won't force him into returning." Kara gestured with the dripping washcloth. "Maybe he doesn't really believe it, not really, not deep down inside. Maybe he doesn't want to go back because he doubts himself over the Anderith thing, and so he thinks it's just easier for him to stay away." "I don't believe Richard doubts himself in this. Not in this, not for a second. Not one tiny little bit. I think that if he had any doubt whatsoever, he would return, because that is really the easier path. Staying away is harder, as you and I can attest. But you can leave at any time, Kara. If you feel so strongly about going back, he has no claim on your life. You don't have to stay here if you don't wish to.
I am sworn to follow him no matter what foolish thing he does. Foolish? You follow him because you believe in him. So do I. That's why I could never walk away, forcing him to follow. Kara pressed her lips tight. Her blue eyes lost their fire as she turned away and forced the cloth back into the bucket of water. Then we will be stuck here, condemned to live out our lives in paradise. Kahlan smiled in understanding of Kara's frustration. While she wouldn't try to force Richard into something he was dead set against, that didn't preclude her from trying to change his mind. She drained her teacup and plunked it down on the counter. That would be different. Maybe not. You know, I've been thinking the same thing. That we need to go back, I mean. Kara peered over with a suspicious sidelong glance. So, what do you think we can do to convince him? Richard is going to be gone for a while, without him here to bother us. How about we have a bath? A bath? Yes, a bath. I've been thinking about how much I'd like to get cleaned up. I'm tired of looking like a backcountry traveler. I'd like to wash my hair and put on my white Mother Confessor's dress. Your white Mother Confessor's dress? Kara smiled conspiratorially. Ah, now that will be the kind of battle a woman is better equipped to fight. Out of the corner of her eye, Kahlan could see Spirit, standing in the bedroom window, looking out at the world, her robes flowing in the wind, her head thrown back, her back arched, her fists at her sides in defiance of anything that would think to bridle her. Well, not exactly a battle the way you're thinking, but I believe I can state the case better if I'm dressed properly. That wouldn't be unfair. I will be putting the issue to him as the Mother Confessor. I believe that in some ways his judgment has been clouded. It's hard to think about anything else when you're worried sick about someone you love. Kahlan's fists tightened at her sides as she thought about the danger hanging over the Midlands. He's got to see that all of that is in the past, that I'm healthy now, and that the time has come to return to our duties to our people. Smirking, Kara swiped back a wisp of her blonde hair. He will see that, and more, if you were in that dress of yours, that's for sure. I want him to see the woman who is strong enough to win against him with a sword. I want him to see that Mother Confessor in the dress, too. From the corner of her mouth, Kara puffed another strand of hair off her face. To tell you the truth, I wouldn't mind a bath myself. You know, I think that if I stand beside you in a proper Mord Sith outfit and my hair is washed and my braid is done up fresh and I'm looking properly Mord Sith-like, and I speak my argument with what you say, Lord Rahl will be all the more convinced that we're right and inclined to see that the time has come for us to return. Kahlan set the plates into the bucket of water. It's settled then. We've enough time before he comes back. Richard had made them a small wooden tub, big enough to sit in and have a nice bath. It wasn't big enough to lie back and luxuriate in, but it was still quite the luxury for their mountain home. Kara towed the tub from the corner, leaving drag marks across the dirt floor. I'll put it in my room. You go first. That way, if he comes back sooner rather than later, you can keep your nosy husband busy and out of my hair while I wash it. Together, Kahlan and Kara hauled in buckets of water from the nearby spring, heating some in a kettle over a roaring fire. When Kahlan finally sank into the steaming water, she let out a long sigh. The air was chilly, and the hot bath felt all the better for it. She would have liked to linger, but decided not to. She smiled at recalling all the trouble Richard had had with women in bathwater. It was a good thing he wasn't there. Later, after they had their talk, she thought she would ask him to take a bath before bed. She liked the aroma of his sweat when it was clean sweat. With the knowledge that she would face Richard with her hair washed and sparkling and in her white dress, Kahlan felt more confident about the real possibility of their return than she had in a long time. She dried and brushed her hair by the heat of the fire as Kara boiled some more water. While Kara went in to take her bath, Kahlan went to her room to slip into her dress. Most people feared the dress because they feared the woman who wore it. Richard had always liked her in the dress. As she tossed the towel on the bed, her eye was caught by the statue in the window.
Kahlan fisted her hands at her sides and, standing naked, arched her back and threw her head back, mimicking the spirit, letting the feelings of it overcome her, letting herself be that strong spirit, letting it flow through her. For that moment, she was the spirit of the statue. This was a day of change. She could feel it. It seemed a little odd, after being a woodswoman for so long, to be back in her mother confessor's dress, to feel the satiny smooth material against her skin. Mostly, though, the feeling was the comfort of the familiar. As mother confessor, Kahlan felt sure of herself. On a fundamental level, the dress was a form of battle armor. Wearing the dress, Kahlan also felt a sense of importance, in that she carried the weight of history, of exceptional women who had gone before her. The mother confessor bore a terrible responsibility, but also had the satisfaction of being able to make a real difference for the better in people's lives. Those people depended on her. Kahlan had a job to do, and she had to convince Richard that she needed to do it. They needed him, too, but even if he would not issue orders, he needed to at least willingly return with her. Those fighting for their cause deserved to know the mother confessor was with them, and that she had not lost faith in them or their cause. She had to make Richard see that much of it.